Economy of Indonesia, Mr. Sandiaga Uno. And also, the next speaker is all the way from Azerbaijan, Director General ICYF ERC, Mr. Fusal Gurbanov. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about entrepreneurship. And to conduct, to lead this session, I would like to give the floor to the moderator, Ms. Astrid Nadia Rizkita, as the President of OIC Youth Indonesia.
Thank you, Ruru, as the Master of Ceremony, for giving me the floor. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamun ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'du. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Amin ya rabbal alamin. First of all, I'd like to give thanks and gratitude to our Lord, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for granting us the health, the ability, and the passion to gather in this first panel session within the Second World Congress of the Asian African Youth Government and the World Young Leaders Summit. And thank you to all the participants for attending the Congress, and we hope that you can have a good time in this Congress, and we hope that all of you can gain more solidarity and of course more friendship, especially between Asia and Africa. But before that, just to break the ice, would like to do a quick check. Am I audible? Yes. So this phrase is a common phrase that we ask, especially in this Zoom era, Zoom meeting, and the hybrid era as well. But alhamdulillah, without any hurdles that are meaningful, we are able to convene youth from more than 29 countries of Asian African youth in Bandung, Indonesia, as the capital of Asia, Africa. And allow me to introduce myself. My name is Astrid Nadia Rizkita, the President of OIC Indonesia. Hello, Mr. Sandiaga Uno. We'd like to greet you as the first speaker, and we thank you for your attendance to share with us about entrepreneurship, which is the theme of the panel session. And without any further ado, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. Greetings from Denpasar, Bali. Excellencies, Mr. Husnan Bey Fanani, Senior Advisors to Minister of National Development and National Planning, Bapenas. His Excellency, Mr. Fusal Gurbanov, Acting Director General of ICYF ERC. I see you there on my screen. Thank you, Mr. Gurbanov. The use of Asia-Africa, the future of our world, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from Bali, Indonesia. It is an honor for me to speak in front of this Asian African youth on this prominent Congress. And this Congress is extremely timely with the waves of rising youth movement all across the world. 66 years ago, the sound of momentous reform and the awakening of independent nations amplified from the place where you are, the historic city of Bandung. We call it Paris of Java. No one knows, even the founding five of Asian African movement, that this critical mass still upholds its significance until now. Global South multilateralism shall reap the steps of revolutions, and yet we should recognize that this region is still being unseen in the world's diplomatic scenes. The Asian African community should generate new wave of emergence where they could thrive to achieve the sustainable development agenda and pinpoint the spotlight to this region. We see how creative workers and entrepreneurs are becoming the movers and shakers within the region. We see how startups and unicorns, decacorns delve into the global landscape of businesses. The ASEAN African community shall be the petri dish of success, where youth could be its role as the main catalyst for a vibrant, bright future of the region. Hence, the stakeholders, the government to business, to private sectors and grassroots, communities, media, institutional of education, institutional of higher learning should be able to garner the spirit of entrepreneurship through accommodative policies, conducive environment, and market assistance. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we understand that COVID-19 disrupted the progress that we are trying to achieve. It also exposed the inequalities, the injustice in the global south, from vaccines to supply chain, even the unequal progress of recovery. Therefore, as the ASEAN African comrades, we should cultivate extraordinary idea for our society. After all, this pandemic is also beyond extraordinary. For example, find the economic alternatives that can withstand the crisis. In Indonesia, we relied on the power of creative economy, where it was stable throughout the year, contributing 7.35% in 2020 to the national GDP. Sectors such as games and apps development, film and animation, as well as TV and radio had generated positive growth within the same year. I speak from experience. I became an entrepreneur during the 1997 Asian financial crisis. And actually, I lost my job. Because I lost my job, I started my business. From a small, medium enterprises of 3 employees, we rise through the journeys of ups and downs. And today, the business that I've started contributed to 30,000 employments for the country. Therefore, we like to propose and we like to move that everybody should focus on how we could push the entrepreneurship movement across the region. The government of Indonesia, through the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, has always put the highest commitment to encourage creative communities and businesses to innovate, adapt, and collaborate for a better upscale opportunities. This commitment retains the idea of creativity as the new currency. Hence, the Global South should also be able to explore and utilize this creative power, a power that is boosted by the rich socio-cultural modality of Asian African community. We are coming to the end of the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development 2021. There are a few more weeks where Asian African nations will be the star of this momentum. Asian African youth community in this regard should be the main actor of creativity to keep moving forward. Thus, as a closing note, my message is that in order to optimize and keep the entrepreneurial spirit, you need to be creative, finding solutions for your community, exploring positive support system, and generate the optimism for growth. A historic movement starts with a shared understanding, shared value, where optimism shall be the fuel that generates this understanding, which makes us believe that everything is possible. COVID-19 forced us to innovate, to adapt, and to collaborate. I believe that through the sheer, what we call the value of gotong royong, of working together, simultaneously we would be able to beat the pandemic. We shall prevail. Hence, I wish you all good luck in starting your movement and initiatives. I cannot wait to see you as a triumphant leaders, triumphant at the top. I hope I really hope that the Asian African spirit generate new wave of optimism and resiliency for all and for years to come. I thank you very much. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, God Almighty, bless our endeavors. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Santi, Santi, Santi Om.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency Minister Sandiaga Uno, for your very inspiring speech. You shared about your experience as well as the hope for Indonesia in terms of innovation and the need for entrepreneurship. And as this is the year of a creative economy for sustainable development, and there are many questions, obviously, our participants would like to ask. So we'll ask in the Q&A session. Now we move to the next speaker, which is all the way from Azerbaijan, is Mr. Vusal Gurbanov, the Acting Director General of ICYF ERC, graduated from China Renmin University of China for the bachelor and Tsinghua University of China for the master's in international law. He has a lot of experience and professional experience in business, and along with his business career, he was part of numerous international events as organizer and participant. Without any further ado, please we welcome Mr. Vusal Gurbanov, the Acting Director General of ICYF Eurasian Regional Center, to give the speech. Mr. Vusal, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Dear sisters and brothers, His Excellency Mr. West Java, Minister of Creativity, Economy and Tourism of Indonesia, all my brothers and sisters. I'm greeting you all from Azerbaijan and say Juma Mubarak. Let's pray for today's Juma is very important, special day for all the Muslim brothers and sisters. It's my honor to participate such as great event. As you mentioned, when I studied in China, I attended the first Asian African Youth Government Forum, which held in China before. And it's my honor. I was invited to this event as a guest speaker. I will share my experience. As you mentioned, my experience is business, and then I came to the youth organization and work for youth around the world for IC youth countries. Of course, I planned to travel Bandung. I want to see my friends, but unfortunately, because the pandemic, the restriction of travel, the remaining restrictions on the travel remind us that pandemic is not over. The world still facing the major public health challenge. The outbreak of the COVID-19 disease has posed great challenge to the worldwide economy, people's daily lives, and will have far-reaching consequences beyond the spread of the disease. At the same time, crisis also strongly drive creativity and innovation. Indeed, if we examine it closely, we can already observe abundant creativity and innovation emerging at the national, institutional, organizational, and individual levels within the countries affected by COVID-19. We should always pay attention to all forms of innovations and support collaboration among the youth and organization. Frankly speaking, we have to give all kind of ideas, all kind of good innovative idea created by youth. We have to give the chance. Unfortunately, not all the countries around the world, in particular the OIC member countries, not some African countries, not such as good chance. So, as previous His Excellency Mr. West Java mentioned, the collaboration among in this level is very important. We think the collaboration is the heart of the innovation, and our collective efforts have enable business to rapidly develop products and services that are transforming lives, boosting economic growth. Effective collaboration, communication, and open innovation between government, organization, education, and very important research institution, and, and the remarkable have been fundamental to the success each country's response to the crisis period. I do believe that innovation is very important. The ideas are very important, but research of the innovation also. We have to add value for researching. Sometimes, frankly speaking, if we look the previous before the pandemic in Azerbaijan, I want to say that real example. The people come to my office say, let's open, deliver the goods like this business. We think it is not no, the creative idea, or we didn't support this. But during the pandemic and after pandemic, we saw that it's very important, and that's why I mentioned that we have to give all the platform, all the forms of these ideas. So we believe that regional collaboration among the ecosystem developers can help to promote knowledge sharing and best practice in the crisis response. On behalf of ICYF ERC, we actively participate in development, assistance to startups, and youth entrepreneurship by organizing various forums, seminars, and events on a regular basis. The youth entrepreneurship gap can be explained by several factors. It includes lack of experience in the labor market, low level of entrepreneurial skills, and narrow professional networks. One of the recent activities of ICYF ERC that I would like to underline is Central Asian Youth Entrepreneurship Training Program. The program comprised of webinars on the topics of young entrepreneurship, self-development, and other related fields to enable youth Central Asian to acquire knowledge required to realize their dreams and plans. From our international level mentoring, they give the mentoring program. So we give them floor, each of them show their ideas. We can see their labs, we can see their failures of the trainers, as well as create network with the future young entrepreneurs who participate in the program. Of course, maybe some of you know our very important annual event we hold in Tatarstan, Kazan. It is that OIC Youth Entrepreneurship Forum. Every year from different OIC member countries, more than 500 startups join this program, apply this program. The final, we choose 40 very seed level startups to bring all of them to Tatarstan, and we made the demo day. Aim of this program, we want give floor to all the startups, because as I mentioned, some of countries, they have not even acceleration centers. So we want to support different ideas, different initiative ideas from OIC member countries. And last, I want to give one more ideas and advice to always seek new opportunity, observe success stories, and get inspired by the entrepreneurs. As you mentioned, I studied in China. The people have which attracted me always. They told crisis always has opportunity. So we have to not focus always the crisis, and we have to always seek new opportunities. And as a organized ICYF ERC, always ready to support youth from OIC member countries, our brother country, Indonesian youth, African youth. Any initiative ideas, please share with us. We will find platform, we will find the chance to support these initiative ideas. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please give applause for Mr. Vusal Gurbanov for his speech and his insight in terms of his take on youth entrepreneurship in facing COVID-19, in innovating, and what has ICYF ERC has done in terms of developing and empowering the youth through training, entrepreneurship, and forums. Thank you so much for your speech. And before we open the floor to participants, actually, there has been many questions in my mind, especially regarding the condition that we are in today with the ongoing pandemic, especially with the ongoing uncertainty. But again, it has been proven that the youth are still very much have the spirit to help and be a part of the solution in terms of recovery in facing COVID and economic recovery. So my first question would go to the Minister of Creative Economy and Tourism, Mr. Sandiaga Uno, regarding his perspective and his thought on what do you think should be fixed between the government and entrepreneurs, especially how we can empower the young entrepreneurs in facing the impact of shocks from the COVID-19. There has been some effects, and also how can we overcome the impacts, the adverse impacts of the crisis, and your solutions for that. So, to Mr. Sandi, would you like to answer the question, or do you want to accept more questions?
The connection, I think Mr. Sandiaga Uno is out for a moment. You can continue a questioning with Mr. Fusal.
Thank you.
I can share about this, if you don't mind, I will.
Sure.
I do believe that government, not only in Indonesia, if you were see that Europe, US, China is a big economic, they the government created different platforms. Even that when I made speech, ready to speech, I checked from internet resource that some countries, they made a fund for protect, for support initiative ideas, entrepreneurs, especially small and medium entrepreneurs after pandemic. In Europe, it is already reached very high level that different funds, the governments, they put their money, and they open new like acceleration centers, they open new laboratory. That all the governments have to think about that. Example, in Azerbaijan, from last month, we changed even the name of the government structure, the Ministry of Transport. We changed the name of this ministry to Innovation, Ministry of Innovation. That's why we done, because that we do believe that after the pandemic, we cannot live without innovative ideas. So government always ready to support, and who will support more, they will win more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fusal, for your response. And it's very interesting talking about youth entrepreneurship because that is one of the ways that we can also tackle unemployment, which is very much a big problem, not only in Indonesia, not only in OIC region, but also in Asian African region as a whole, because there's a lot of countries that still have that problem, and it becomes exacerbated with the COVID-19. And brothers and sisters, just an info that ICYF Eurasian Regional Center, as of weekly, have been conducting online trainings on entrepreneurship with the Central Asian youth. And it's one of the proof that they are very much concerned on this issue. Now, regarding the another question that we have in mind, so Mr. Vusal, what do you think about the swift innovation that we are facing right now with the use of digital platform? Again, with the COVID-19, we are now used to using our virtual platforms, not only for meetings, but also for day-to-day activities with commerce, etc. And do you think we are better off in this digital era with the upcoming fifth industrial revolution that we are going to face? So what is your take on that? Do you think it's an advantage, or do you have any reservations on that?
Thank you very much. As you mentioned that our organization and from our side, we always support this and we are ready to give not only Central Asian youth, and also from here I want to say, if you don't mind and if you accept in the future, we can collaborate in this issue also. The training program, mentoring program for Indonesian youth, Asian youth, and also another OIC member countries, because we already have the platform, we have already own trainers. They are ready to share their ideas, their training programs. And of course, in our program, we also focused one topic, trends of, as you mentioned, digitalism, because that we realized that the pandemic, after pandemic, during the pandemic, could transform its business rapidly. Digitalism, digital marketing is very, very important during the COVID pandemic and post-pandemic period. Then who changed rapidly that digital marketing, that online marketing, and the new trend is digital platforms, online selling is of course new trend, but we have to focus and we have to transform our business. Who is that still doing the traditional trade? When you lock down the city, you see who has the digital platform, who has the online platform. And I do believe that digitalism is very important for entrepreneurs, and we have to make also training programs regarding to digitalism, digital marketing, bank sectors, even health sectors, all the needed digital marketing programs. So in future, we are ready to share our experience, our esteemed trainers ready to give training programs regarding this issue also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vusal Grubano, for sharing. And sharing with us your insights and your take on that. And before that, we'd like to inform to our brothers and sisters that Minister Sandiaga Uno will be represented by Mr. Iman Santosa as the Director of Institutional Relations at Ministry of Creative Economy and Tourism of Republic of Indonesia. So we'd like to ask, is Mr. Iman Santosa present in the Zoom already? Is he here with us? Yes, he's here with us. So, Mr. Iman, Minister Sandi has explained interesting points regarding his take on entrepreneurship and his take that innovation and youth should go hand in hand. But before that, this year is quite interesting, not only because we're still, the pandemic is still with us as we speak, but we still have to carry on with our activities regardless. And as Minister Sandi mentioned that 2021 is the year of creative economy for sustainable development, and the Ministry of Creative Economy and Tourism has conducted many activities and forums to commemorate that and to promote that. Indonesia as a country is committed to be one of the examples in dealing with economic recovery and facing COVID-19. So to Mr. Iman Santosa, our question is regarding the G20 presidency. Although it's 2022, but as of December 1st, it has already started this year. We have had already the kick-off meeting as well by our Sherpa, led by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the relevant ministries, such as Ministry of Coordinating Economics. And there are many working groups in the G20. So, Mr. Iman, our delegates here would like to know the Ministry of Creative Economy and Tourism of Indonesia's upcoming activities and plans in terms of the G20 presidency. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator, for having us here. I apologize that the minister Pak Sandiaga has another meeting, so he has had to leave this important meeting. But yeah, I will be here representing the ministry to accommodate if there is any question from the audience, from the participant to the minister. Honorable Director General yeah, I'd like to. Okay, I'd like to. I try to answer your question.
Please could all the participants except the speakers be muted?
Minta dong es krimnya Mbak Huldo.
Maaf.
Okay.
Halo Pak Imam.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll try to answer the question. Yeah. In the next year, 2022, as you said before, Indonesia has receiving the presidency of G20 since 1st of November this year, and then the kickoff already held in 2000. Sorry, on from the 1st December of 2021, and then until next year, we, especially from our ministry, from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, we we will be handling the tourism working group. Uh, Beside our working group, we have also many working group uh, managed by another ministry, such as Health 20, and then finance track, and also many another working group. And also we have also engagement group, especially for our ministry in handling the G20 tourism working group. We will have the first at least two tourism working group. The first one will be held in March 2022 by virtual mechanism, and will be held in Labuan Bajo. And the second one, the tourism working group the second will be held in Bali in July 2022. And back to back after that meetings, we will be handling also the tourism ministerial meeting on the first week August. And beside those activities, we will be organize as well the focus group discussion, and also national seminar for discussing the tourism working group, the deliverables that will be discussed in tourism working group, and also national dissemination after the tourism ministerial meeting. The probably you in our G20 presidency we have main theme. Probably you have already known about the we call it recover together, recover stronger. And for the tourism working group itself, the main topic of our tourism working group would be the recovering the tourism condition right now, and then after that we will have also we will have also sidelines. Many sidelines we will organize, not just and in line with the main topic of recover together, recover stronger. But in the with the main topics, we have also side event, not in tourism working group, but also for the another working group. That's all the activities we will be handling in 2022 until I think October 2022. That will be held in October, the G20 summit. That's all, the moderator, that we can explain to you.
Thank you, Mr. Iman Santosa, for your response. And now we come to the stage where we can give the floor to participants to ask questions, because we believe that all of you have many questions that you'd like to ask. So anyone who would like to ask, you can raise your hand, and the committee will be delivering the mic to you. Or you can just also come to the stage, because there's many room to move, and you're most welcome. So any questions? Yes, the sister in front of me. Could you please, yeah, could the committee please deliver the mic? Please, sister, state your name, your country, and your question. To whom the question is to be asked? Is it to just one of the speakers or both? Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olivia. I'm from Indonesia. And I'm giving questions to both of the speakers. It's regarding to the youth empowerment when it comes to the creative economics. So I see the real issue that it's pretty challenging to implement is how to empower underprivileged youth because they don't have natural initiative like we privileged youth have. Like we have good educations, we have international exposures. Of course, it's easier to have initiative to empower ourselves and also to improve the creative economics. But what about the underprivileged communities? So my question is, what steps could we take as privileged youth to implement the solutions or to empower the underprivileged communities in terms of creative economics and the one that's also sustainable? Why do I emphasize on sustainability? Because I see that there's a lot of social projects, but they're not sustainable. They're very short term, it's pretty ineffective. So that's my question. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Please give applause for the question. And could you please repeat your name?
Alivia.
Alivia from Indonesia. So the question is about creative economics and how we can empower underprivileged youth and ensuring sustainability. As it is about creative economy, perhaps we can give the floor first to Mr. Iman to answer, followed by Mr. Wusal. Would that be fine, sir?
Okay, thank you very much, moderator, and also Ms. Olivia. Your question regarding what steps that we should taken. Yeah, to empower youth, to empower communities. I think based on our policy in our ministry that made or issued by our ministry, Pak Sandiaga, that he mentioned about three actions that we should taken. The first one is Gercep, and the second one is Geber, and the third one is Gaspol. The Gercep is gerak cepat, move faster, and gerak bersama is move together, and then the Gaspol is gali semua potensi yang ada, potensi pekerjaan atau lingkungan. So based on that, those three actions that should be taken in our ministry, I can share with you if we the many programs that the government has and offer to the youth, the communities, especially in the Ministry of Youth and Sport. I think they have many program to empower such. If I'm not mistaken, they have program for entrepreneurship. So the many students, youth leader has already followed that program. I forgot the name, but there are a lot of program entrepreneurship in Ministry of Youth, and then and also I think not just in Ministry of Youth, in our ministry as well, in Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, we have also the program for we call it I forget the name, but gerakan wisata wonderful Indonesia atau apa, we have the consists of youth communities in many areas, in many provinces in Indonesia. They gather there, and then uh, uh, proposed to the ministry uh, in handling some activities, especially in the tourist destination. And then after that, so if you have already got the engagement from the our such as division in our ministry, they can go with uh, uh, Gercep, Geber, and Gaspol, and then yeah, you have to move faster and then move together. So that's why I think many occasion that you can empowering your youth movement or youth association in uh, yeah, to get successful to in like we call it in our ministry pemulihan ekonomi nasional. So and by these activities, I think you can also make it sustainable, because there will be there will be monitoring activities by us from the ministry in maintaining the sustainability of the activities. So, and not just monitoring activities, not just by us, but also from we call it a pentahelix. Uh, we have some active monitoring activities, inviting another stakeholders such as academician, communities, media, and also uh, business business communities. So that's why we the steps that we can maintain the sustainability of the activities of youth movement. That's what I can explain to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Iman. Please give a round of applause. And now we proceed to Mr. Vusal Grubanov for his take on the question by Alifia.
May I ask the question again, because I cannot hear it clearly.
Yes, sure. So Olivia asked firstly about the creative economics, and because it's a separate, I mean, it's a very specific like industry, right? Uh, like arts, like music, and others. That's why she asked about what about the underprivileged youth? Because they are the ones that don't have the modality initially to develop themselves, let alone survive. So, what is your take on that? How we can alleviate that? It's about the gap actually that she highlighted. And what do you think about ensuring that the underprivileged youth also get a chance to be successful entrepreneurs? And how do we actually ensure the sustainability of their initiatives? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for question, Ms. Aliva. It's very interesting question, and as I'm also the youth, so from my perspective, I want to explain that we have to understand creativity. The youth always show the creativity. It is the result of the his brain result of is what he thinks. And if your creative ideas collaborate with the business, of course they should very good results. That it's not possible all the business, all the entrepreneurs have creativity. That's why the business, it doesn't matter small or medium business, all has the special that in modern business have the department that whose focus creativity. This including creative advertising. Even they have head of the creative art like this. So the use when you're starting, you have the creative ideas. You can apply these ideas as a startups or another platforms and get some fund and start your business. It's very important. Regarding to sustainable business, sustainable economic, from the different or perspective of organization or the government policy or organization policy, the first there should be that make the program. If there is a sustainable use program, as you know, the aim of the ICY organizing ICYA also there was create a sustainable program for use. In this regarding this issue, we are working with international and other organizations such as UNDP, Europe Commission regarding the use, and we always change and follow their programs for use sustainable programs. That's my answer.
Thank you, Mr. Vusal, for your response. Please give applause for his answer. As we can see, the discussion has becoming more interesting with interesting questions from our very inquisitive participants. So any other delegates, any other youth who would like to ask our brother at the front and the second at the back, please, to the committee, could you please pass on the mic? Or maybe our brother could also come forward. Please introduce your name, where you come from, and your question. Is the mic off? Maybe.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hussein Jibril Musa Saleh. I am from Sudan. My question is going to Paimania from Minister of Creative Economy and Tourism, Indonesia. Paiman, as you know that the COVID-19 outbreak has significant impact in the economic and health sectors, and the tourism sector is one of the most affected sectors by this COVID-19 pandemic. And as we see that there's many travel restrictions, and also the income of the developing countries also it's decreased significantly. And Indonesia also among those countries, especially the destinations which is located in Bali and also Central Java and West Java specifically. And as I see that the report from the World Tourism Organization, that they show us that the Asia Pacific, it's been decreased 82% from the travel or the tourists who come to Asia Pacific compared with 2019, which was 92, yeah. And also in Africa too, yeah, there's a decrease in the international tourists who come to the African countries with the number of 69%. This is from report I get it here from the World Tourism Organizations or UNWTO. So this is make the countries to rethink and also to reevaluate the tourism industry and to think more creatively what the strategic. So my question is, what the strategics that the tourism of creative and creative economy and tourism in Indonesia, they can take to recover from this COVID-19, and also what the strategic that they can take it in the future with new innovations and with new creativities to build and also toward the sustainable tourism industry in the future or post-COVID-19. This is my question. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you so much. Please, Mr. Iman, don't answer just yet. We are going to accept more questions. So, to the brother at the back, you can state your name.
Excuse me, moderator. Can you repeat the question because the sounds was not clear. So
the question is specifically that you at the Ministry of Creative Economy and Tourism in Indonesia, what the strategies that you take it within the creativities and innovations toward the sustainable tourism industry post-COVID-19 pandemic?
Mr. Iman, have you got the question?
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Now we are accepting more questions or comments from delegates. So to the brother at the back, he'd like to ask a question. So, yes, thank you.
Check. Hello everyone, good afternoon.
Brother, could you please speak louder? Because this is a...
Yeah, hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Ahmadullah from Afghanistan. My question is short. In Asia, Africa, there is many failed states. So what should we do to make a failed states? I mean, how we can to fix a failed states? In general, which steps are important to make a failed states? I don't understand.
Could you please kindly
how
repeat
we
the
can to fix failed states? Did you get it? Got?
Yes. So, brother from Afghanistan asked about how we can fix and help failed states. Is that your question? All right. To whom are you asking the question? Both of the speakers. The question is short and very straightforward. And
sorry,
yeah.
Can you repeat for the second question, moderator?
The second question is about how can we help fix failed states? Because these, the assumption that these countries have huge problems, but how can we help those countries alleviate those problems? For example, those with very high poverty to at least alleviate this poverty issue, so there's no absolute poverty, or those countries with high unemployment, because you know, the numbers of youth unemployment is very staggering as we speak. So how do we can alleviate these issues and help those countries that have those major issues at once to recover, to actually make their country better. So I hope that helps in explaining the question from our participant. Now we give the floor to Mr. Iman to answer the question from Brother Ibrahim. The first question.
Okay. Uh, Thank you so much, moderator and Brother Ibrahim. I'd like to try to answer the first question regarding what the strategy of our ministry, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, in uh, in recovering the tourism and especially in tourism fields of tourism and creative economy after the pandemic. I am agree with your observation or regarding the COVID-19 has made a significant impact in many in various fields of livelihood, especially in the tourism. Tourism is the most hit affected by pandemic. I'm agree that based on the UNWTO report that in the world 75 until 85% tourism in many areas in the world has got the negative impact of this pandemic. It's a very sad situation, such as in Bali. You can see up to now still many store closed, restaurant closed, and also hotels. If you go to Nusa Kuta, still not many art shop already open. So you can imagine how's the suffering of the Balinese people in pandemic situation right now. And on this to recovering the situation, we in our ministry has many some of strategy to recover this tourism situation. The first one is we organize we call it CSSE, Cleanliness, Health, Safety, and Environmental Sustainability Certificate to for many restaurants, hotels, and also tourist destination. They has to get this certificate because on this situation, tourists has to be convinced if you are going to a certain destination, the tourist has got the confidence that this destination area already clean, already safe, healthy, and you can avoid following the medical or health protocol, as wearing masks, wash hand, and many activities. And that's the first one, CSSE. We also organized improving the tourist destination, such as we call it last year or until this year, we have a program BISA. BISA is bersih indah sehat dan aman in the tourist area. So we we repaired, and we make it clean the tourist destination in certain areas. So the tourist has got the trust again to visit the area, the tourist area. And then the another one is not the important also in in uh, in uh, in creative economy sectors that in our ministry we have a policy that creative economy is supporting the tourist itself, tourist policy itself. Uh, on these matters, we have a program is beli kreatif lokal or you in last year what we had Danau beli kreatif Danau Toba. It means uh, people especially in certain area, uh, encourage being encouraged to buy the local product, local uh, 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 local yeah, local product. So based on that activities, we can support the MSMEs on certain area. And for these activities, we invite also the big e-commerce such as Tokopedia, Gojek, Grab in supporting this Bukalapak in supporting this program. So by using the application in Tokopedia, in Bukalapak, so we can buy the local products made by the MSMEs in those area. So another one is we call it for the tourism itself, we call it di Indonesia aja, hashtag di Indonesia aja. That program is encourage domestic people to have a holiday, leisure in domestic area in Indonesia, also only in Indonesia. So we encourage them, the people to have a holiday only in Indonesia, not to go abroad. So by these activities, the local hotels in Indonesia and also restaurant, tourist destination can make a recovery, can get the benefit from this program. That's for the second question regarding the help or fix the failed states. I think that there will be two channels that we can take to help those countries. The first one by the multilateral channel, and the second one is bilateral channel. Why? How can we get the or the activities by this multilateral channel? So we by the following the negotiation in multilateral channels such as in United Nations body or international organization, so we can help or support the failed state to get the probably supporting in political access or economic access as well, and also such as those two. And another one is bilateral channel. So Indonesia, if I'm not mistaken, the government of Indonesia has already have one aid program. We call it Indonesia Aid or something that, and they can give support in real humanitarian aid or something, to our cooperation with the countries to have joint activities Indonesia supporting like fund or trainer. So in those country provide the people or participant on certain activities. That's all, moderator, that we can share with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Iman, for your extensive answer and insight. Please give a round of applause for appreciation. Now we move to Mr. Vusal Gurbanov on his perspective and his take on how we can help failed states to alleviate their problems.
Thank you very much. I'd like to share my experience, and I want to say that the youth never think about that always success. Of course, everybody wants when to start this business or startups want to success, but can you imagine how many startups and ideas failed every day? You cannot imagine almost a percent, if we see the percently, 90% of the new ideas and startups fail. But from our fails, from our mistakes, we learn something new. So my idea, my advice, we have to learn from our mistakes, and we have to focus what we can control. We cannot. Sometimes the youth think change. They focus very big dreams. They make very big dreams. They won't change something in one time. Of course, there is that. If you see that startups, if you see that new entrepreneurs or new ideas, doesn't mean that all the ideas or all the startups has only success stories. Of course, there is the failed stories, and all our mistakes make us stronger. So I advise when you fail in your business or in your ideas or what you want realize, you have to find the reason of the fail, and you have to learn from your mistakes and study your new knowledge. And the modern, now we are living the modern life, and there is opportunity, different opportunity for learning. As I mentioned from my speech, it is mentoring programs or online events. You can just join any free online programs and learn new knowledge, new skills. So if you fail, don't give up. Don't think it is the first or last chance. You have everybody have every time you have the chance, and you have to learn new skills from your mistakes. You have to analyze what is your mistake, why you failed, and of course you have to observe and the success stories of other people's. You have to look and you have to check that how they reach these success stories. Don't think it's only you failed. Everybody had mistake. Even I have. When I start my business in China, I failed at least 5 or 6 times. I didn't give up. I start from my mistake. How did where I made mistake, where I made a wrong decision, and every time from my mistakes I learned something new. I learned something new now, Alhamdulillah. Not only me, such as me, young entrepreneurs, we have all had success stories, and of course, with these success stories, we have the failed stories also. Thank you very much.
Okay. Uh, Thank you, Mr. Vusal Gurbano, for your answer. Please give a round of applause, everyone. Thank you to all the speakers and to the participants for the interesting and insightful, informative Q&A session. Hopefully, the answers and the response from the speakers that have extensive uh, knowledge and background on the entrepreneurship can give clarity to all of us. And thank you once again for the honorable speakers for answering the question and attending this event. But before we wrap up, just briefly, because our delegates are still going to undertake some the forums. They will have a congress tomorrow, and they will be discussing within themselves what they think is best for their Asian African region, and they will bring something home to their respective countries as well. So we can start from Mr. Iman for your closing statement, for your messages to the delegates on the topic, and then followed by Mr. Vusal Gurbanov.
Thank you, moderator. Yeah, on behalf representing the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, and also on behalf of our Minister Sandiaga Uno, I apologize for for this occasion if there is if my answers is not as comprehensive as Minister's statement, but I'm trying to give the explanation as I know, and as our ministries have. For this occasion, I would like to congratulate the committee and also the youth from many countries that gather in Bandung right now for the Asia Africa Youth what we call it, sorry for this meeting, and I think the the future of the world, and especially in Indonesia, is on your hand, on the youth generation hands. Now your time to learn a lot, to have experience a lot, and then to study a lot, and based on those activities you got, you will have wisdom, you will have experience, you will have mindset to make this world better and better and better. You know, all of the youth generation, the COVID-19 pandemic has make the world very, very different. This is a new different before pandemic and after pandemic, and now we have to make adapt with the new activities, new normal. So I believe that the youth generation can make learn a lot and make world better based on this situation. And I think with the joint activities, and also you can discuss more with your colleague from another country. You can get more common mindset, common intention, and common commitment to make the world better. And yeah, the youth generation can enhance this cooperation hand in hand, and also yeah, I think, and then have to be inclusive. No more, not one left behind. You have to be gathered. You have to move together. Thank you, Miss Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Iman, for your closing statement. And we now proceed to Mr. Vusal for your statement. To Mr.
Hello?
Vusal? Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. I would like also one more time congratulate the organizers. I wish success to the forum. It was my honor to participate and to learn. I know I also learned from this event, from this occasion. I want to emphasize last one very important thing. The situation of the young women in OIC member countries. Supporting women entrepreneurs is one of the other biggest challenges that OIC country face. Our center aim to take all initiative to provide support to young women entrepreneurs. So all the youth, particularly the women from different OIC member countries, please join our programs. Please, I invite all of you join our programs. Seek new opportunities to learn how you start entrepreneurship programs, how you start your own business, join our webinars, training programs. If you have any idea for get support from funds, organizations such as our organization, ICYF ERC, we are ready to support, and we will be happy to share our ideas with you. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Vusal Gurbano, for your closing statement. Brothers and sisters, the closing statements from the speakers concludes the panel session this afternoon on the theme of entrepreneurship. Hopefully, as I did, all of you get benefit and many insight and food for thought, and also commonly known as Aufklärung, right? Enlightenment. And we would like to thank again all our esteemed speakers, to Mr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, to Mr. Iman Santosa, and to Mr. Vusal Gurbanov for your insight and your patience in answering the questions and giving your feedback to us. And we wish all the success to you, Mr. Iman and Mr. Vusal, and blessings in your activities. This is Astrid Nadia Rizkita. I'm signing off. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give the floor back to the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you so much for moderator Astrid Nadia Rizkita as the President of IC Youth Indonesia. Yeah, big applause for our moderator and President of OIC Youth Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, we going to the next agenda, the final session 2. This is talking about humanitarian. This will be led by moderator Agnia Adini as the research director of Padua Institute, and International Relations Director of KM Perisai, times yours.
Oke, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. And then may peace be upon us all. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. And the Excellencies, Mr. Bunyan Saptono, as Chair of International Relations and Cooperation MUI. And then Mr. Ahyudin as a President Aksi Cepat Tanggap. Mrs. Lubna El Hassoni from NGO Eden Maroc Association, and the Excellencies Mr. Aleji Jarju, Vice President of Islamic Corporation Youth Forum, and Mrs. Angelisen from United Nations Population Fund or UNFPA, and all of delegates and participants in World Congress Asian African Youth Government 2021. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in second session in this conference. My name is Agni Adini, and I will be your guide in this session. Honestly, I'm so excited and I'm so glad, I'm so proud of you all. I can see you all in this conference, and I believe the bright future of the world is right in front of my eyes. So give applause for us. Okay, brother and sister, ladies and gentlemen, in this second session, we will discuss a humanitarian issue, yeah, in which it has never been separate from human history. And until now, in the globalization era, we still see many current cases regarding human rights abuse across the world, either on small or large scale. The civil war in some countries of Middle East, such as Syria, Iraq, Yemen, as a civil war also happens in Pakistan and also in Afghanistan. Well, Israel versus Palestine must be paid or attention because unsolved from 1949 to now. Human rights abuse in Uyghur and maybe in Rohingya are two mostly interests to discuss in this conference, in this Congress, because in the section we will discuss about humanitarian issue. And then non-physical conflict, yeah, non-physical conflict also could trigger humanitarian cases as the government lets their society in hunger, in poverty, and unemployment. So it may be possible to open the door of society in a dramatic, miserable situation and doing criminal activity. So, in this time, in the second session, I think in this issue is the indispensable issue that must be discussed and how to find the solution about the case of humanitarian issues. And we have our speakers today, and in the first speaker, we have Ms. Angelisen from United Nations Population Fund or UNFPA, and the material or speakers will be presented by video. So please, for the first time, we see the material from Mrs. Angelisen from United Nations Population Fund.
Distinguished delegates, young people from across the Asian and African continents, it is an honor to address you at the Second World Asian African Youth Government Congress. Allow me to extend greetings from the UN system in Indonesia and from the resident coordinator, Valerie Julia, who has asked me to speak on her behalf today. We are gathered here to discuss the challenges of peace building across Asia and Africa in the context of escalating multi-layered conflicts that have focused the vast majority of the UN's peacekeeping resources on these two continents in recent years. You, as young people, bear the brunt of the conflicts playing out today, both in terms of the tragic loss of life they inflict and also in terms of the enormous impediment they pose to sustainable development, to a life of dignity in which everyone's human rights are guaranteed. In humanitarian crises, young people face the consequences of disruptions to family, community, education, and social structures, and struggle with fears, stress, boredom, hopelessness, and increased exposure to risks of discrimination, gender-based violence, and exploitation. At the same time, youth are critical partners in humanitarian action as in development. Young people are resilient, resourceful, and energetic. You need to be meaningfully involved in planning, decision-making, and programming. The COVID-19 pandemic has set back our progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals, and it has worsened the inequalities that result in people being left behind. However, even before COVID-19, the international order had been subject to perhaps its greatest threat since World War II. We were backsliding on hunger and we were backsliding on human security. Our Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, last year called the pandemic the fifth horseman of the apocalypse. It arrived on top of the highest global geostrategic tensions in years, the existential climate crisis, deep and growing global mistrust, and the dark side of the digital world. So yes, the pandemic has undoubtedly heaped more challenges upon us, but let's not let it discourage us. Because, in fact, the pandemic also gives us an opportunity here. It puts our global interdependence beyond all doubt. Can there be clearer evidence for the fact that none of us is safe until we are all safe than the emergence of Omicron in South Africa last month? Can there be a starker evidence for not just the moral case, but the pragmatic case for vaccine equality? The pandemic reminds us that we don't live in silos and that to address shared issues, we need to come together. Esteemed colleagues, participants, we are at an inflection point in human history. The UN Secretary General said when he launched our common agenda in September, poised between COVID-19 and the looming climate emergency. I think when we compare the Sustainable Development Goals to the Millennium Development Goals, the big difference is how integrated the SDGs are. None is achievable without the others. Our common agenda takes this a step further. It affirms the fact that everything is interdependent, but it really centers on multilateralism. That means that although as young people in Africa and Asia, you bear the brunt of the increase in man-made conflict, those conflicts are the result of global forces. And the whole world will ultimately suffer the consequences if a resolution to conflicts is not found. We are seeing that now in the Sahel, where days ago 7 peacekeepers and 1 civilian were killed in a heinous terrorist attack in Mali. In the Chad Basin, where climate disruption contributes to pressuring institutions and hinders their capacity to provide public services, violent extremists have gained new recruits. It has done so by providing promises of protection, income, and justice, and exploiting people's grievances and mistrust towards authorities. And that's why our common agenda is vital in the context of human security, and particularly the notion at its heart, a new social contract for humanity. distinguished guests, as I said, COVID-19 has made it abundantly clear that we need global solutions to transnational problems like man-made conflict in Asia and Africa. Conflict is inherently transnational and multifactorial. If we want to advance human security, we can't do it without tackling gender inequalities, because among many other reasons, peace processes are more likely to succeed when women are involved in negotiating and implementing them. We can't tackle human security without addressing climate change, because climate change heaps pressure on already struggling institutions, forces people to migrate, and leads to conflict over limited resources. And we can't do it without tackling labor inequality, injustice, and corruption, because corruption is the antithesis of development. It is essentially stealing development from people. The way the UN addresses conflict is by advancing a human security-based approach. There are many examples of how the UN is advancing a human security-based approach. Here in Indonesia, the UN's human security efforts principally happen through the Peace Hub and its affiliated Guyub project, which brings several UN agencies together with several Indonesian government ministries and civil society organizations to take an integrated approach to preventing violent extremism in East Java and throughout Indonesia. The Peace Hub encapsulates the types of multilateral interventions called for in our common agenda. It brings in the gender angle, it brings in the labor angle, the climate angle, so that we can share resources and minimize blind spots, even through the pandemic. So successful have our efforts been that Indonesia's National Counter-Terrorism Agency has developed a parallel knowledge hub which mirrors Peace Hub's structure. Our common agenda makes it clear that's the approach we need to take on a multinational level too. Because the stronger the social contract we have, the more difficult it becomes for extremist groups to offer compelling alternative narratives. In a world destabilized by the climate emergency, pandemics, disparities in access to resources, racial and economic injustice, and gender inequalities, it's clear that it's time for a new social contract. And to have any chance of sticking that contract must be multilateral, authored by us all. And when I say us all, I mean especially you, young people across Asia and Africa. That might seem unfair. After all, as young people, you did not create most of the problems you have inherited. But through history, it has been the impetus of daring of young people that has led to societal change. Young people have an essential role in not only asking for your rights, but in making sure that everyone's rights are respected. That means resisting anti-democratic forces. It means standing up for the rights of the most vulnerable and marginalized in society, including migrants and refugees. And it means defending multilateralism. And that's why platforms like the Asian African Youth Government Congress are so vital. Esteemed colleagues, young people are a positive force in preventing and resolving conflict and building sustainable peace. The historic adoption of the United Nations Security Council 2020-50 on Youth, Peace and Security on 9th December 2015 marked a fundamental shift in acknowledging the positive role young people play in the maintenance of peace and security and the importance of enabling meaningful youth participation in decision-making at all levels. The UN's work with young people and peace and security is guided by the UN Youth Strategy 2030, as well as the UNSCR 2419 and UNSCR 2550, whose 5 key actions consist of participation, protection, prevention, partnership, and disengagement and reintegration. We are well aware that investing in the capacity, agency, and leadership of young peace builders can strengthen their ability to collaboratively lead peace efforts and to use their skills to tackle other challenges that affect them, both during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. In central Sulawesi, Indonesia, for example, youth participated in delivering youth-friendly sexual and reproductive health information and services during the disaster response in 2018. Young internally displaced persons actively participated as peer counselors that conducted community health information sessions on adolescent sexual and reproductive health during emergencies. At youth-friendly spaces, young people affected by the earthquake and tsunami also had a safe space to access information and services, learn critical skills such as psychological first aid, peer approach, and referral mechanism, network with other young people and organizations, and contribute to decision-making that affects their lives and well-being. When youth are meaningfully involved, humanitarian action can better meet their needs and be more responsive and effective in addressing issues that the affected communities face. No doubt the challenges that confront us are enormous, but it is an honor to be with here today as we seek solutions to them. The United Nations and the system of multilateralism it embodies stands by your side. Thank you. Terima kasih.
For Mrs. Anjali for the important information about humanitarian issue and then exploitation. And we know that humanitarian crisis can affect women, men, girls, and also boys in radically different ways. Yeah. Okay, all participants, brother and sister, after hearing the presentation, I would like to ask for testimonial. Maybe if you or in some country which maybe experience humanitarian issues, and how do you see it, and what do you think about the involvement of other countries, maybe Indonesia or other countries, in helping to solve the problem? Maybe any participant or delegates that will give testimony about maybe a case about humanitarian issue in your country. Okay? Any delegates want to give testimony in what happened in your country about humanitarian cases and how to resolve, and how maybe you see what happened in your country at humanitarian issues. Any people or delegates
Okay, ada yang mau
would
nanya?
give testimony?
Testimoni.
Or maybe about the materials from Mrs. Anjani, you can give feedback, or maybe what do you think about the materials that have delivered by Mrs. Anjani? Okay? Okay. The first? You can give us testimony what happened in your countries, maybe in humanitarian issues. Okay.
Okay, cool. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jibek, and I came from Kyrgyzstan. It is a country in Central Asia, and I'm sure that most, we have some people from Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, and we are so proud to represent our region here. And the humanitarian, one of the problems that happened in my country, and actually not in my country, but in most of Asian African countries, it is human rights related to the woman. Because unfortunately, especially during the COVID-19, most of the women, everybody was locked in their rooms, and the number of the equity, the number of actually violence against women has risen, right? And it's a huge problem for us, because especially when it goes to the young girls, because sometimes the relationship, the attitude to the girls, it can be so different. And what we are trying to do right now, and actually it's not from the policy, it comes from just young people as we are trying to raise, we are using the social media to raise the problems that we have. Like, for example, something happened in some place, we raise it and we try to make some discussion, like within this country. It works for my country because my country is not so big. We have only 7 million people. Really, it's not big. So, but we see that many people are getting involved in this, and I think it's one of the best platforms because in COVID-19, we don't have any opportunity to have like a huge conferences every day like this, right? So, and this is what I think about it, and my testimony about it is that it's so bad that sometimes the government doesn't try to support it because, yeah, it's so good that, like, for example, the government of Indonesia have taken the part to prepare this conference, right? But the problem is that many countries don't do this. And I think that, and also maybe I can ask others too, like, what is their, like, issue regarding to the girls, regarding to their rights, because it seems like we have underprivileged youth, but we also have, like, underprivileged girls inside of this, yes. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Maybe other participant from another countries, you have more testimony about humanitarian issues. Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Ms. Moderator. I come back again. My name is Hussein Jibril Musa. I'm from Sudan.
Sudan, okay.
Yes, yeah. As I see that in my country, because in Sudan, we just come out from civil war, also conflict related to the geopolitical issues in Sudan, because it is one of the strategic countries in Africa. So during this time, there's many UN organizations, they enter the Sudan to help the people recovering from this war, especially in the health sector. And suddenly, as we know that the appearance of COVID-19 pandemic make all those organizations focus on the COVID-19 issues, and they forget about the other issues or the humanitarian issues that it needs serious actions also to be solved. And also that, as we know that, based on the report from the WHO and also from the UNW, that's the report showing that there's inequality in the distribution of the vaccinations, especially in the African countries. If we see the number that is appearing in the data, it's showing that the African countries, they get just, especially the low income countries, they just get 3.7 from the population they've been vaccinated. But if we see the developed countries or the country with the high income, that the number is showing that 60%, more than 60% from the population, they already been vaccinated. This is inequality in the distribution of the vaccines. So I need the comments and also what she think, the presenter, what she think about these issues and how we can solve these issues in the future. And we hope that also in the Sudan and African countries, the organizations that's taking action now in the field, they focus also with the other disease. Because in Africa, we are not dying just because of COVID-19, but because we die with other disease that is attacking the pregnant women and other children and other people there, especially the malaria and also the other disease that's attacking, because there's no focus and there's no attention now regarding this kind of disease. Thank you so much for the
Okay, from Sudan, we keep it, and I will give chance one participant to give testimony. Okay, one more.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Sab. I came from the Philippines.
Okay.
And the thing that I want to try to share to you guys, because Philippines is actually, I'm studying in UP, by the way. So, Philippines and Indonesia is a little bit different, because me as a Filipino studying in Indonesia, I felt that I am more like, I can do whatever I want because I'm a Muslim. We are a minority in our country. And according to the statistics, the Filipino Muslims in our country is, I think, 8% from 108 million. So basically, the humanitarian that we did, that the government did to our minority Muslim in the country, they give more emphasis on education. So what they did, actually, it's like a small effort from NGO, non-government organization. They exerted effort to Muslim to educate them, to become a professional. And after that, when this NGO, their program became more interesting to the government backed up that kind of program. And then that program became famous to Australia. And then Australian government supported that program. And that program, the name of that program is ITIA program. We call that one, for example, like there are some Muslim in the Philippines, they are teaching Islamic knowledge and Arabic language, but they don't have the degree in education. So what they did, this 4-year degree, they make it 2 years degree, because they already credited the numbers of years of teaching in madrasa. So basically, the application of teaching, the higher education, they credited it to make it 2 years, and then the government make some program to make the degree for this Muslim minority to take education for only 2 years. And after they took the 2 years degree, they are going to take the professional licensure examination. Because in our country, every degree that you're taking, you will become a professional if you pass the national examination. So when this minority Muslim passed or graduated their 2 years degree, they took the professional examination, and when they passed, they will be admitted in the public school or the private school to become a professional teacher. So basically, that is the humanitarian that we are experiencing in the Philippines.
Okay, thank you from Philippines. Maybe any others want to give testimony? We have 3 statements or three testimony about inequality in medicine, in education, and effect of pandemic COVID-19. Maybe from Indonesia, can you give? Okay, from Indonesia? Yes. Please, from Indonesia, maybe you can tell to everyone what happened in Indonesia about humanitarian issues. Okay, please.
Thank you in advance for this opportunity. My name is Mada Firdaus Putra, and you can call me Mada. I'm from Indonesia. I study in Yogyakarta. To begin with, I want to deliver something about disability. You know, sometimes in the middle of our society, disability becomes a marginal group, right? And then in Indonesia, I forgot the specific number, but based on the data I collect from statistical institution in Indonesia, almost 74% of people with disabilities are independent workers. It means that there is an equality in the placement workers, because Indonesia has such a regulation which explains that almost I think both formal and informal institutions in Indonesia, like BUMN or BUMS, if you know, they must give an opportunity to people with disabilities to work within their institution. But in fact, almost once again, almost 74% of people with disabilities works independently. So I think it is an inequality that happened in my country, Indonesia. Even though I really sure that Indonesian government will be good in the next time. I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, I have last question for you. And what do you think about the involvement the other countries to Indonesia, maybe to to solve this problem that you say before?
Okay, I think it is about the awareness, you know, since Indonesia has a certain regulation, but in implementation it's not really good. Because as you know together, implement something is not really good too, you know. Even we have so much regulation, but once again, to make it implemented in our daily life, in the real life, is not easy. So I think awareness is the key. So the people with disabilities is the people with disabilities must be given more awareness from people without disabilities, like me and you all in this room, and then another people in Indonesia, and of course Asian Africa.
Okay, give applause for us. We have four testimony about issues about humanitarian cases in maybe four country. We know about inequality in medicine, in education, in effect of pandemic COVID-19, and then about vaccine and etc. Okay, we will discuss more about humanitarian issues, but we have one speaker that will be deliver the material in this session, in the second session. Before it, I wanna say hello to Mrs. Lubna El Hassouni from NGO Eden Maroc Association. Good afternoon, Mrs. Lubna. Okay, Mrs. Lubna already with us.
Hello.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, everyone, distinguished delegates and participants. I am delighted and honored to be invited to speak at the second Asian African Youth Government Congress. And on behalf of the NGO that I am representing, Eden Maroc Association, I would like to thank you for the kind invitation, and I am pleased to be here along with other dynamic and promising youth leaders from the African and Asian continents. So I shall share my presentation with you. Hello?
Okay, please to Ms. Lubna El Hassouni to present your material in this conference about humanitarian issues. Please, time is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So first of all, I am really pleased that we're going to discuss such an important matter for our African and Asian continent countries. And when we think about youth engagement, youth are not only the leaders of tomorrow, but they are the drivers of change. In African and Asian developing countries, as we know, there are a lot of daunting challenges, such as poverty, lack of employment, and limited access to education. So the youth voice is especially important for catalyzing positive change socially and economically. As a volunteer member and a youth leader in an NGO, we believe that we can take decisions about young people in the absence of their voices and ideas. With youth involvement, the work is much more meaningful, is much more relevant, and to be perfectly honest, a lot more fun. Their perspectives are very fresh and new, and they challenge a lot of assumptions, and we get to have a much stronger decision-making process when we're working with the youth. So our organization is actually was created or founded by the initiative of young medicine students, and now is led by youth people of Morocco. The voice of youth. Youth can take a critical role in human rights advocacy. Participation of youth on realizing human rights is essential to addressing the current challenges and possibilities of human rights for future generations. Youth engagements in human rights process is contributing to human equality and justice. And this will help foster more effective solutions to rights-related challenges, rebuild trust in international human rights framework among younger demographics, and broaden their deepened commitments to human rights across generations. And to improve youth participation in the governance of human rights, conceptual and structural barriers need to be removed, and groundwork that facilitates meaningful participation. A key barrier, we think, is a conceptual barrier. We need to change the way we think about young people. Far from seeing them as a potential problem that needs solution, youth must be reconceptualized as a potential solution. to existing problems. This requires empowering them as human rights defenders rather than mere recipients, and this is what we do in our organization. And through activities like these events, young people here and the distinguished delegates demonstrate their contribution to human rights and raise awareness about their own rights, engaging with political process and maintaining the accountability of their governments and on human agendas, human rights agendas, and to lead the human rights agendas in the future. Youth are at the heart of human action and response. Drawing on lessons, especially from the COVID 19 crisis and best practices from many emergencies across the world, engaging young people in prevention, preparedness, response, and recovery will bring a much better, more localized, and more accountable resources. Young people are first responders and must be included in decision making and leadership positions at every stage of humanitarian action and planning, as well as to promote the need of young people in humanitarian settings. Strategic and effective programs driven by young people themselves can help turn humanitarian situations into possibilities for transformations. And this means soliciting and incorporating their views on preparedness, response, recovery, and peace building efforts, and ensuring their meaningful participation across the humanitarian program cycle. We should equip the youth with the information, the skills, and support they need to become active partners in humanitarian action. Engaging young people in decision making is not just the right thing to do from a human rights perspective, but a crucial approach to reducing violence, inequalities, preserving human rights, and promoting peace. Young people, even when they act locally, they have critical contributions to make at a national, regional, and global level. Their work on peace and security is the connective issue that bridges the silos of development, human rights, humanitarian, and peace and security. The right investments in youth are in place, and their peace building work is recognized and nurtured. Societies may reap a peace dividend. So now I would like to talk to you about the organization that I'm representing. As I previously mentioned, it's a youth-led NGO founded in 2004 on the initiative of youth medical students. It was a very ambitious idea, but with a lot of efforts, now it's a large-scale NGO operating in Morocco on a national level. Eden's vision has always been to create a Moroccan youth that is conscious, autonomous, and involved in the development of the country. And this is through developing the spirit of citizenship among young Moroccans, involving them to reflect on their societies, challenges, empowering the most disadvantaged young people through the realization of sustainable projects, empowering and promoting the spirit of critical thinking and debate among Moroccan youth, striving to accomplish different projects directly and indirectly linked to the SDGs. And this is through a lot of partnerships, like international partnerships that we have, and organizing events and training workshops. I would like to emphasize that our organization's work and projects are centered around education, dialogue, and also centered around the sustainable development goals. We give a lot of importance to striving to accomplish projects related to the achievement of the SDGs. And we have a lot of projects related to education, and we have a group of volunteers who can choose any projects that fits them and fits their motivation in order to be more effective. So our experience, our reflection as an NGO, is that we provide the necessary means for educating our youth volunteers in both practical skills and spiritual values, and we do a lot of training sessions for them. And we believe as an NGO that All of NGOs have a vital role to play in the promotion and protection of human rights, especially in developing countries. Um, that has I mean, in Morocco, the largest number of NGOs who's active are spared in different fields for the welfare of human beings, including the promotion and protection of human rights. NGOs constitute by far the most dynamic and active parts of Moroccan civil society organization, and they have huge contribution in engaging the youth in the advocacy for human rights, putting them at the heart of humanitarian actions, especially with the immigration crisis that we witness right now, and for the global cause of attaining world peace. We believe that NGOs are a dispensable player of humanitarian aid, and through activities and strategies, we foster the enforcement of human rights. And lastly, I would like to thank you all for your work and your continued support and your contributions to empowering the youth of the African and the Asian countries in the OIC region. And I am so pleased to be with you today, even virtually. So thank you so much for your attention, and um, I wish you a lot of success in your projects and in your respective countries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Mrs. Lubna El Hassoni from Eden Morocco Association. Give applause to Mrs. Lubna El Hassoni. From the material of Mrs. Lubna, we know that relate to human rights cases, the younger generation is the key to solving the problems. Today, we need the voice of young generation because young voice must dominate in policy making. And with an effective strategy also, young people become agents of peace because nothing is okay with the violence, with division. And in fact, we know that violence, the resulting impact is much greater. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Lubna, for the important information shared by speakers. And now I want to open the question to all participants. I open for 2 participants. Give question to Mrs. Lubna El Hassoni. Anybody to give question? Okay. We need maybe some 2 or 3 participants. Maybe any case that you can discuss with Mrs. Lubna about, okay, 1 delegate or 1 participant, and then once more maybe. Okay, 2 participants. 2 participants. Okay, 1 man, one man and 1 woman.
Yes, hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here with you today, and it's a great opportunity for all of us to be here as Africans and Asians to share our thoughts, our experiences. So thank you, Mrs. Lubna, and I would like first to introduce myself. I'm Bushra, I'm from Morocco, so, and I'm glad.
I'm sorry, what's your name?
Bushra.
Okay.
Yeah, I know it's a new name for you.
From Morocco?
Yes, I'm from Morocco. And,
so what's your question today?
Yeah, and yeah, I'm from OP. Yeah, so and I'm also glad to see Lubna, that is also from Morocco, and she's representing Morocco today. And even though she's here with us virtually, but that's a great opportunity for all of us to share. So my question directly to Mrs. Lubna, I would just like to know if her or the NGO that she works for or she works with does any efforts regarding education in Morocco. As, their association does a lot of initiatives around Morocco to develop Morocco and um, I mean, to participate in engaging youth. Yeah, the question is about education. Is there any initiatives or efforts that is done by the NGO? Thank you.
Okay, the last question, or maybe one question from the boys. Okay.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Rian. I came from Indonesia, where I would like to share my point of view here in Indonesia, because Mrs. Lubna say that we as a youth, we need to contributing to human equality and justice. So, what happened here in Indonesia, in my point of view, the root problems here is a discriminations. Discriminations between the one with power, you know, every power, the one with money, the one with a power in the House of Representative and everything, and the one with have no power. So, in my point of view, we as a youth, we need to, you know, promote ourselves, and we need to be a part of the one who make the law. That's what. That's what my point of view. So, what do you think, Mrs. Lubna, about this? I mean, the level of participating, youth participating in legislation, it's quite low here in Indonesia. So, what do you think? What can you propose to us? Do you have any idea so we can have more participating in the legislative? So we can make, you know, we can drafting a law. We can see. So we can, you know, direct the law as everyone here in this room regarding the humanities. So that's what I'm questioning about you. Okay, thank you, Ms. Lubna.
Okay, just two question, or maybe just two question. Okay, Mrs. Lubna. We have two questions from the participant in this session. The first is the role of NGOs relate the education in maybe in Morocco, and how they contribute, and what are the root cases of the weak participation of young people in Indonesia, especially in Parliament. Two questions, for Mrs. Luna, time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much for the distinguished delegates and participants for the questions and the comments. I will start by answering Ms. Bushra from Morocco. I'm very glad that someone from Morocco got the chance to represent Morocco physically. So I would like to congratulate her. And to answer her question, I would like to give the example of the NGO that I am representing. So our NGO is centered around the Sustainable Development Goals, and we focus on the goal number 4, which is quality education. And for that, we have a project specifically targeting education in Morocco called Generation of Success. In this project, we have a group of volunteers, like a network of volunteers, that offers free extra classes to underprivileged children and adolescents in precarious situations to overcome schooling difficulties. Because there are some areas in Morocco where the students have difficulties in schooling, and they don't have the financial means probably to afford extra classes in order to overcome these difficulties. And consequently, they could even lead to dropouts from school. So this project was created for this purpose, to overcome school dropouts among young people in some underprivileged situations, and with the goal to stand against school dropouts. So we organize like very regular sessions with them in materials in which they find difficulties, and we also do consultations with them in order to see if they are suffering from any sorts of problem other than school. So this is also giving them some sort of mental support in order for them to be able to continue their education in a very normal way. So this is an example of one of the educational projects that we have. We also have another one called Eden Library. In this project, it's actively involved in the maintenance and the rehabilitation of books by creating libraries inside some primary and middle schools in rural regions. And we organize workshops in the library to try to encourage the youth people to have the culture of reading and to foster a really good education among the young people. So this would be my answer for Miss Bushra about the educational project.
Okay.
I think I may now answer. Okay.
Okay. So Mrs. Lubna, how about the second question about maybe you can give what is it motivation to us, the young leader in this conference, how we can what is it about the case young people or young generation in a parliament in Indonesia. Maybe you can give motivation to us, Mrs. Lubna.
Okay. Thank you so much for the question and raising this question because it's really important. Here in Morocco, we unfortunately also have a low youth participation in politics and low representation also of women in politics positions. And I think one of the things that could help with increasing the level of participating and promoting the participation of young people in politics and in the development of the respective countries in general is to get involved in NGOs and try to have a power through getting involved in an NGO because when we are just standing alone, we cannot achieve much. When we join an NGO and when we find ourselves in an institution that has the power and in the right format in order to organize events and try to attract policy makers and people who are in decision-making process. So I would say involving decision-making process and getting in touch with them and organizing events and workshops that would promote the participation of youth is very important. And I would also like to stress on the importance of breaking the stereotypes of how we view the politics and how we view we view the policy making process. We should think as of ourselves as the part of the process and not just recipients of the solutions. We could also have the willpower and the potential to provide real solutions that and contribute to the development of our countries through our engagements in NGOs. And this has helped us also in our organizations to get in touch with some policymakers and make them hear our voices and what we need and the things we are hoping for. So yes.
Okay, thank you to Mrs. Lubna El Hassoni from Eden Morocco Association. Give applause to Mrs. Lubna, okay. Thank you once more to Mrs. Lubna and all participants, all delegates in the Congress ASEAN African Youth Government 2021. Because we have limited time and some of our speakers were unable to attend in this session or in this conference. So it's a shame we have to end this session. And I get a conclusion, or maybe our conclusion today is we, the young generation, should take an important role to contribute to addressing the problem, and youth is the key to removing the human rights abuse in the world, maybe especially in our region. I am Agni Adini as a moderator in the second session. I have apologized to have many mistakes in this session. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to all of you.
Okay, good afternoon, Miss Ronald. Thank you so much for moderator, the beautiful moderator and wonderful, yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the third panel, we are from committee provides snack, coffee, and tea, and outside of on right, yeah. But we just give you 10 minutes, yeah, no more. And you must go back here in 3:50 p.m.
3:55 p.m.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Not snake.
It's
snake
coffee
ular,
break.
yeah.
It's coffee break
Azari
actually.
will give you snake.
Yes.
You wanna give the delegate snake?
Medannya Medan ya. Okay, please. We are from committee provide you.
Sepertinya pada ngantuk ya. Jadi ada snack di luar, kopi sama teh. Silakan untuk dinikmati dulu. Sebelum
Snake ya, bukan snake.
Yeah, and then after that also, if you for a Muslim, this is also time for asar, for pray. You please come back
If you do jama,
3:45 or you do jama, it will be okay for you.
will be okay for you.
And after that, we have a third session, which is will be delivered by His Excellency Ambassador Indonesia to Uzbekistan, founder, chairman, Global Philanthropy, Mr. Tahaihan, country representative Greenpeace, and also National Walhi. Thank you.
Ya, please ya lebih fast ya, lebih cepat karena biar nanti kembali lagi di waktu yang tepat. Husnul. Oke, semuanya boleh dipersilakan untuk menyantap hidangan kopi free yang dispesialkan untuk Anda semua.
and we have to adapt. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to deliver my remarks at the opening ceremony of this meaningful event, the Second World Congress of Asian African Youth Government. Today, many of my colleagues recall the first Asian African Conference of 1955, which became a crucial step towards the creation of the non-aligned movement and closer economic and cultural cooperation among developing countries. The Soviet Union and later the Russian Federation have traditionally warm relations with the movement, led among others by the Republic of Indonesia. Last year we celebrated the 70th anniversary of our bilateral relation between Russia and Indonesia, which were full of mutual respect and understanding. However, since 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic presents new challenges, starting from the reduced people exchanges to economic recession. And we have to adapt. For example, we see new opportunities of cooperation in the area of health, production of medicines and vaccines, joint economic revival after current unprecedented shock. For example, the Russian Federation is open to provide the Sputnik V vaccine to all interested states in the world, including Indonesia, which has registered it in September this year. Great expectations are put on young people who will have to elaborate new modalities of people-to-people and intergovernmental contacts in the post-COVID future. In this regard, I wish the Asian African Youth Government Congress a fruitful discussion and exchange of views for the benefit of future prosperity of Asian and African nations. Good health and good luck. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Her Excellency Ludmila G. Forjova, Ambassador Russian Federation to Republic Indonesia. For the second speaker is Dr. Muhammad Mohyuddin, the Secretary General of Asian African Youth Government, also founder and chairman Global Philanthropic Planet Foundation in Bangladesh. I would like to say hello to Mr. Mohyuddin. Hello, you with us? I will check your voice. You can say hello.
Allah will never change the situation, condition of the people until they change what is in themselves. And I also quoted from Sir Herbert Reed. He said, the great changes in the destiny of mankind can be effected only in the minds of children. So dear leaders of today and tomorrow, if we would like to have changes, if we would like to have leadership, let's change in our mindset first. Let's change to be a positive leader, to be optimist leader. And whatever we can change in this stage of teenage time and in this age, we cannot change when we will be like 40s and 50s or 60s. So this is very important to have a vision of change in this age. My vision of this presentation is like to encourage our youths, leaders who are to be global leaders in the future. I want to encourage them to excel in their initiatives and whatever they make, plan and implementation in various aspects of leadership. Various aspects of leadership means in education, in an institution, in the society, in the community level, in state level, in global level, or in your any college, university, or wherever. But of course, with the highest level of compassion, dedication, professionalism, and efficiency. We need to, of course, remind ourselves with this highest level of compassion and dedication. Before becoming leaders, or if you think to be a leader, you need to believe in fact and reality. In this age of, in this world, we can say multipolar world, the world of divisions, differences in contrasting groups, streams, sets of concepts, strategies, opinions, and different types of beliefs that we do have. This is the fact, and this is the reality. And a leader need to believe in that, in fact and reality. And also we need to ensure a peaceful coexistence. We do have challenges. We are living in a society with multi-faith, multi-religious aspects, multicultural, multi-traditional practices, a multilingual society. This is one of the challenges. Keep in your mind, example, this AAYG platform of in the second Congress, 63 countries are joining. We do have differences, we do have different languages. So this is a challenge, but how to build a harmonious and peaceful coexistence. In number 2 challenge is competitions. If you see in any stage of leadership, you need to face competition. You need to, overcome certain stages. Like even though in any stage of leadership, in the university level, in community level, organizational level, state level, even in politics, this is the competition. The field of competitions in leadership, intellectually or scientifically or technologically. So these are the facts and reality. So let's believe, let's keep in our mind that this multipolar world of challenges, and we need to be leaders. Leaders, what should we do as leaders? I would like to remind you the dimensions of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. They are working for people, for the planet, for prosperity, peace, and partnership. With these 5 dimensions, they are working. Working for people we know for what and for the planet is very important. Protection of nature and natural resources we need to use properly, because this climate changes, environment and resources, all these natures are very important parts of our life. And why as leaders we are organizing seminars, programs, initiatives, we are implementing projects, because we want a prosperous lives. We want a prosperous society, a world with prosperity. In this world of technological progress and IoT, in this digital world. And moreover, we want to ensure and establish peace and harmony without not having any fear or violence, extremism, and terrorism. So there should not be any kind of violences. We need to work for that. And of course, if you want to be a leader and if you want to overcome challenges that I stated earlier, the fact and reality, and if you work for the people, for the protection of planet, for the prosperity and for peace, you cannot do alone anything. Even though you are a leader, you have to have partnership. You should have integration, collaboration, either locally, nationally, regionally, or global partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, and my young leaders, how to integrate, how to collaborate, and how to have a strategic framework for integrative collaboration. Let's have positive thoughts first. If we leaders or youth don't have positive thoughts, ideas, notions, theories, concepts, and perceptions, we cannot reach our destination. Pessimist people cannot be successful in their lives. That's why we need to have positive thoughts. Number one, if we do have positive thoughts and we can plan, we can have positive action plan, we can have measures, we can have steps, moves and activities, and a strategic planning with positive sense of positiveness. So that's why we do have positive thoughts, then the action plan, then we can expect for positive outcomes and results, consequences. So this is very, very important. Okay, who is a leader? Anyone can be a leader. There are, of course, certain requirements and also characteristics. Number one is dynamic. A person with positive in edge attitude who has a sense of change and full of energy with new ideas, new concepts, new perceptions, who is potential, who is effectual, who is not lazy, who doesn't have, sense of change, and whatever he want to do, he cannot do it easily. He is pessimist. He cannot be a leader. Then a leader is passionate, should be a passionate person, a strong beliefs and confidence, feelings with a pro spirit. And number three is courageous, who is courageous, brave, and smart enough. And number four, an individual of creativity, an individual of consultation, mushawara. We know in Islam, وَشَاوِرُهُمْ فِي الْأَمْرِ وَأَمُرْهُمْ شُورَى بَيْنَهُمْ. This is a teamwork. A leader works with a team, takes a decision with consultation with other members, not to be a dictator in taking decisions. And an individual of integration, who can integrate races, peoples from different beliefs and different thoughts, different environment, and so on. And there are some key responsibilities of a leader. Please, you are a leader in politics, but try to be a master of your own discipline. Example, you are a student of economics. So try to be a master of your economics aspect. Then you can be leader in any field, but you need to be a master. And we need to know what's happening globally. A leader should have knowledge what's happening in the world, what's going on. And we need to know also history. Example, AAYG, when it's established, the history of AAYG, history of Indonesia, if you want to be a leader of Indonesia. If you want to be leader of OIC, you need to know the history of OIC. So, and then you need to participate in activities locally, nationally, and internationally. This is also very important because if you want to have capacity building, you need to have engagement and also participation in local or globally. Capacity buildings will benefit you to know strategies, frameworks, workshops, holistic education, counterterrorism and extremism, and also building capabilities. There are differences between capacity building and capabilities.
Okay.
So capabilities
Mr. Mahi, we would like to give you...
I'm going to conclude only.
Hello?
I do have only two
Hello,
slides.
Mr. Mahi. I would like to
Yes,
give you
yes.
2 minutes more because we have 4 speakers more.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So building capabilities intellectually and in leadership development, and also scientifically, technologically with innovation and creativity. Example of entrepreneurship. If you want to be a leader in entrepreneurship, you should have capabilities. You should have innovative entrepreneurship or creative ideas, new policies for business. So these are the things you will learn from the engagement globally or nationally. Then let's be leaders of peace and harmony. Let's be leaders and build a peaceful, harmonious world. We all together, let's figure out common points and issues, work for common social and brotherly cooperation, regardless of races, religions, and colors or traditions and cultural differences, and respect those views and opinions of others. And we need to tolerate and respect differences. If we don't tolerate, we cannot be leaders, we cannot control, or we cannot be respected people within society. You need to tolerate other practices. Example, if you are a Muslim and a Hindu is practicing his practices, religious practices, so you can tolerate, but you don't need to accept, you don't need to practice, but you can tolerate. So thank you very much, my appreciation, and thanks to honorable speakers and experts. Now I would like to thank our distinguished online and offline guests for listening to our thoughts patiently. Lastly, our heartfelt thanks and appreciation to the committee members, sponsors, media officials, and collaborators. So with that, I conclude my session here, my presentation here. Thank you, Mrs. Lala, and all the organizing committee members, and the Mr. Leader, Tantofik, Benny, and Saddam, and all other members, and guests and participants. See you again. I supposed to be there in Bandung, but I decided not to go there with this situation of coronavirus and the new variant of coronavirus. Never mind. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much, my dear brother. Please give applause to Mr. Dr. Muhammad Muhyiddin. Thank you for your perspective on youth leadership. And then also the next speakers will be Taha Ayhan, as the President of Islamic Cooperation Youth Forum. Please. Time is yours. Please give applause for Mr. Taha Ayhan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, dear guests, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear sisters and brothers, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I am most pleased and honored to be with you all in this valuable gathering. Unfortunately, we had this video recorded and none in person. I would like to extend my warm greetings to all esteemed guests and organizers of this valuable event. Dear guests, dear sisters and brothers, youth movements around the world have played a major role in increasing global, national, and local ambition to take action in navigating global crisis, a movement that is continuing to grow in strength and breadth. Many youth-led organizations are also engaged in initiatives to build peace and prevent violence in their communities. Youth are increasingly calling for their voices to be heard and for policymakers to include them in decision-making processes at all levels. As we are all aware, in the coming decades, global growth will depend on today's young people. Combating the persistent youth employment crisis requires a global effort and proactive action. Young people all around the world recognize the power of collaboration and uniting. Together, we can achieve more in bettering the lives of people everywhere than we can by ourselves. On 25th of September 2015, the United Nations General Assembly adopted the 2030 Agenda. Today, we see that not enough is being done to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, with the risk of catastrophic environmental, social, political, and economic crises ever increasing. Young people today and throughout history have been at the forefront of change, taking action and leading causes that seek to better the lives of people everywhere. In the modern era, young people recognize that humanity is highly interconnected and interdependent, meaning that actions young people take at a local level to further the Sustainable Development Goals will be felt throughout our interconnected global network. Young people call upon those member states that have committed to the SDGs to redouble their efforts, working together with young people to understand their role in fostering local action that will contribute to solving the global problems we collectively face. Dear ladies and gentlemen, on almost every front, our world is under enormous stress. We are not at ease with each other or our planet. As we all witnessed during the last 2 years, COVID-19 is a global challenge that demands researchers, policymakers, and governments address multiple dimensions which go far beyond the implications of this pandemic for health and well-being. As the pandemic is a global problem, it requires global solutions involving international cooperation and collaboration. No single country can beat COVID-19 on its own. With 1.8 billion people between the ages of 10 to 24, youth around the world face their fair share of challenges. Whether these challenges are in education or employment, they are highly important and need to be addressed. A proper response to youth challenges needs the involvement of young people themselves in decision-making and political leadership. The fact is that the majority of young people are pro-peace, pro-development, and it's not fair that young people are portrayed as troublemakers and perpetrators or threats. Because the majority of youth are peace lovers who want to live a decent life. In my opinion, a fair approach to fight with all these challenges is applying these things in a more positive way, offering opportunities, offering access to public spaces, offering decent and democratic societies that are able to offer young people decent opportunities in life. And education, of course, that has the ability to empower young people and enable them to understand and not to vulnerable to violent extremist abuse and ensuring there is a justice that's observed. In this context, global cooperation can only be built on solidarity within countries. This is not only possible, it's an essential part of building peaceful, secure, resilient societies based on human rights and dignity for all. Dear ladies and gentlemen, therefore, we are here to work together to create different mechanisms and tools to bring visions and ideas closer between decision makers and youth, because your voice is in our top priorities. Our gathering today is to ensure that youth are the pulsing heart of our societies and nations. The development of our countries and societies always begin with a well-educated youth. Today's youth represent not only the majority of our societies, but also the main driver of development and nation-building processes. In this context, ICYF will continue to do its best in implementing programs and activities related to education and training like MOIC, to entrepreneurship like YBH, to culture like intellectual Islamic heritage, to leadership like Young Leaders Summit, and so on. Through these programs, we are upholding the profile of the youth in this important process, advocating their interests and implementing programs and activities to develop their capacities and skills through initiatives based on the new understanding. Dear sisters and brothers, the Islamic Cooperation Youth Forum, ICYF, is a notable institution that aims to assist youth in acquiring and applying these values while bringing light to the challenges faced by such endeavors. In line with its vision, ICYF, as an OIC-affiliated institution, continues to cooperate with all member states to implement meaningful youth programs and initiatives, and to build and cultivate youth entrepreneurship skills, and review programs' contents and methodologies to better serve the youth entrepreneurial mindset. Our policies and projects are designed to address the aims reflected in the OIC Youth Strategy and OIC 2025 Program of Action, which emphasize the engagement of youth in the development and use of science, technology, and innovation for sustainable development. And hereby, I would like to conclude my speech. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much for your patience and attention. Ma'assalam.
Please give applause to Mr. Taha Ayhan, the President of Islamic Cooperation Youth Forum. Okay, I saw that the participant was so sleepy after second panel and opening ceremony. I would like to ask you to repeat my instructions. If I say Asian African government and then you answer, why? The tiger of Asia, the lion of Africa. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Asian African Youth Government. It will be hard, yeah? Please up your voice, okay? 1, 2, 3. Asian African Youth Government, the tiger of Asia, the lion of Africa. Giving applause. Okay, thank you so much. Oh, it's really hard for us, yeah? So sleepy, but we have to continue our very, very important session on leadership, because we know that as a youth today, leader for tomorrow. And I believe that the next president of Indonesia or the next president in Asian Africa government is coming from you guys. Please give applause. Right. Okay, for the fourth speaker is His Excellency Muhammad Asruddin. I would like to try to read because it's really hard to read. If I'm mistaken, I'm so sorry. His ambassador. His Excellency Muhammad Asruddin, Ambassador of Indonesia to Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan, 2010 until 2014. Graduated from University of Indonesia, Chinese Studies, Faculty of Cultural Studies. Pursued study to Master Studies of International Studies in University of Washington, 1983 until 1985. And during his career in Ministry of Foreign Affairs for 1981 to 2014, he has been seen in Hong Kong, Beijing, China, Istanbul, Pakistan, and also ambassador to Uzbekistan 2010 and until 2014. Please giving applause to His Excellency Muhammad Asruddin, Ambassador in Indonesia to Uzbekistan. Time is yours.
My sisters
and brothers, participants of Youth Congress, especially Asia Africa Youth Government Congress. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This panel, I would like to read out my presentation with the title of Youth Leadership. I prepared last night, then I will read out this in front of you. I start, if we browse Google about youth leadership, we will get hundreds of information in various aspects, complete with explanation and analysis. Generally, the writers are very optimistic and full of hope towards the role of youth as future leaders of their respective countries. South African leader Nelson Mandela once made statement, I quote, "The youth of today are the leaders of tomorrow." Here, he has described the central of youth role in society. Youth are generally still idealistic, critical, and full of enthusiasm. At a young age, when a person is still not married, he will dare to convey criticism, petition, and even conduct demonstrations to the authorities or certain institutions without fear of losing anything. However, youth or students who are in the process of seeking identity need to receive proper guidance, direction, and training from the government or institutions attached to them, so that they are not misguided or lose their orientation towards the future of themselves and their environment. It is very relevant if I quote President Sukarno's Indonesian president, the Indonesian first president, President Sukarno's very monumental words. I quote, "Give me 1,000 old men. I will surely uproot Semeru from the land. And give me 10 young men. I will surely shake the world." Congress participants from outside Indonesia, from Africa and Asia countries, may recently have known what Sukarno meant with Semeru. It is the highest volcano in Java Island, which recently erupted, spewing hot clouds with the victims of hundreds of people and damage to houses and rice fields, as well as big mounds of properties. President Sukarno's call illustrates how the country needs experience all the generations to work together to fix the problem of the Indonesian nation, which had just gained independence at that time. Meanwhile, Sukarno also needed to mobilize the youth to take part in the world stage to help achieve independence for the nations around the world that were still colonized, and to participate in establishing peace and security in the international world. In this case, a good combination and cooperation between the older generation and the younger generation is needed. The older generation, who have a lot of experience and grow their wisdom, are needed to guide and transfer knowledge and experience to young people who will receive the turn in leading their community and nation. The younger generation with high enthusiasm and idealism, better education and knowledge, coupled with the transfer of experience and guidance from the previous generation, is expected to be able to complete tasks and jobs that have not been fully completed by the older generation. In the context of Youth for International Cooperation, the Secretary General of the United Nations for the period of 2007 until 2016, Ban Ki-moon from South Korea once said, "As the young leaders of tomorrow, you have the passion and energy and commitment to make difference. What I'd like to urge you do is to have a global vision. Go beyond your country. Go beyond your national boundaries. Building international friendship, as called by Ban Ki-moon, is a necessity in this era of globalization and information technology. Because the world has become a greenhouse, kind of a greenhouse, that is no longer insulated and can be viewed from all directions. This is where a more active role is needed from the youth as carried out by OIC Youth Indonesia, which is a forum for young people to actualize their potential as future leaders of the Indonesian nation and the world. In addition to paying attention to domestic problems, the organization also monitors important events happening around the world. I myself have been invited 4 times as a resource person by this organization to talk about 2 main themes, namely regional conflicts, that is political development in Myanmar, and recently, before that, about a month ago, about Afghanistan, the progress of Afghanistan. And social issues, that is terrorism and leadership. Leadership is the theme of today. Even though these 4 topics occur in a particular country or particular region, they have a broad impact on regional and international levels. At the World Young Leaders Summit and 2nd ASEAN African Youth Government Congress, the committee expects the panel to discuss the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the younger generation and what strategies and forms of concrete activities youth need to take to deal with it. About this, allow me to focus on the discussion on youth leadership only, about the importance of young people preparing themselves to become future leaders who are qualified, professional, global-minded, good in moral and character, and work poorly for the benefit of the people they lead. The author of the well-known theory of international studies, international relation, Robert Nye, gives a message to the leaders of any country in the world to continue to put the interests of their people first, without having to marginalize their togetherness with international community. Robert Nye said, I quote, "The national interest is predetermined by geopolitics or the history of a country. Important political leaders never just follow their interests, they are concerned about the interests of their people." Nye's statement satirizes the tendency of a leader who enjoys sitting on the throne and doesn't want to care about the fate of their people. A leader who is selfish and doesn't think about the lives and welfare of his people may not have a clear vision and mission, or unable to realize these visions and mission conveyed during the campaign presidential campaign, for instance. This kind of leader is a premature leader. He doesn't have the track record, capacity, and capability as a manager of an organization, let alone as a leader of a state government. In order to avoid this kind of condition, a community organization and government need to provide the widest opportunity for its citizens, especially youth groups, to be creative and force themselves in the organization to become a manager or leader in the future. It is a big loss and a waste of potential human resources if a society or government doesn't provide or close the opportunity for its youth to practice their abilities and energy. The sustainability and progress of a country is largely determined by its competent and skilled future generations. For this reason, the government must facilitate and equip its youth with adequate knowledge and technology, as well as provide a broad climate of freedom of expression to stimulate youth to channel their expression and expectation. Yeah. Youth is like the seed of a plant. If it gets good care, given sufficient fertilizer, water regularly as needed, placed in the open air, it will grow well and produce lots of fruit. On the that is like condition of youth everywhere. They need to get the provision of advanced science and technology, the provisions of well-established cultural, religious morals, as well as a conducive campus or community environment. Additional activities outside of study assignment are indeed hard. I mean that people, young youth who are active in any organization, in fact, very hard to get time, hard and tiring. But for certain individuals, especially those with an adventure spirit, it can be used as an exciting challenge to conquer. They will experience training as leaders, starting from development of the self, development of identity, and development of community. In an organization, a person will gain experience and increase ability as a leader in the field of communication, teamwork, responsibility, goal setting, and self-confidence. Thus, they will be trained and accustomed to public speaking, lead meetings, argue or express opinions in meetings, develop programs, prepare and account for budgets, make reports, and organize committee activities. On this occasion, by having experience and knowledge during my career as a civil service at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I have witnessed how those who have experience as campus activists or in youth and community organization find it easy to develop their professionalism in the office and have a comparative advantage in competing for important position in the office as well as to public position in society or government. Of course, training, experience, and being active in organization in the youth era is not the main determinant in reaching the highest position. There is still the X factor that plays a role. I will end my presentation. On this occasion, I urge young people who will become national leaders or holders of important positions in government or other institution in the future to always be committed to the ideals of the youth who are the desire of the wider community, namely to continue to fight the interests of the people through upholding justice, preventing and eradicating corruption, collusion, and nepotism, narrowing the rich-poor gap, improving the quality of education, reducing unemployment, creating job opportunities, and making policies that are always in favor of the people. This is where the importance of youth leadership training not only emphasizes science and technology, but must be accompanied by fostering moral value and religious teaching. I thank you.
Please give a applause to His Excellency Mr. Ambassador Muhammad Asrusin, Ambassador Indonesia to Uzbekistan 2010 and 2014. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and all the participants on online Zoom. Okay, I would like to say hello to Mr. Parid Ridwanuddin. Are you on Zoom? You can check your voice. Because as we know that as a youth leader, as a president or as a chief or in any region, sometimes we're facing some problem. The problem is a very big and huge of the world. This is a very important problem. This is about the climate change. So in this session, I also invited from Walhi. We'll talk about youth and climate change crisis challenge in Indonesia. So before I would like to invite Mr. Parid Ridwanuddin, I would like to thank you to His Excellency Ambassador Arisin and also Mr. Sakyan. This is from Ministry Foreign Affairs and this is from Ministry Youth and Sport. Giving applause to both of them are ministry, very important ministry in Indonesia, Youth and Sport and Foreign Minister. Thank you so much for coming. So I would like to test the voice of Mr. Parid Ridwanuddin. Enggak, online. Yeah, he's joined. Parid Ridwanuddin from Walhi. Hello?
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear, but still not stable. Mr. Parid, can check voice once more? Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, it's clear. Okay, Mr. Parid Ridwanuddin, as the campaigner of Walhi, friend of our Indonesia, he will giving us perspective about youth and climate crisis challenge in Indonesia. Please giving applause to Mr. Parid Ridwanuddin. Time is yours.
Okay. The first of all, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon from Jakarta. So I would like to thank to the organizer who invite Walhi to this great opportunity. So I am glad to share our experience here. And my executive director, Zenzi Sohadi, asked me to replace him this afternoon. He strongly apologized this because he couldn't join in this event because we have a national meeting since the beginning of this week, and he sent the best greeting to all of you. And please share my presentation. So
yes,
I would like
please, Mr. Eki can share the PPT.
Okay, thank you very much. So I want to share the
Okay, please
experience.
waiting. Mr. Eki will show the PPT for the participant.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is like introduction. So I would like to share our experience in order to respond the climate crisis challenges and also ecological destruction, especially in Indonesia, but globally in the international context. And as you know, Indonesia is a big.
Hello, Mr. Pari Ridwanuddin. We can't hear your voice. Hello? Okay, because we do online and offline, it's always happen, yeah? Please be patient. We are going to waiting Mr. Pari Ridwanuddin for join us on online Zoom. Maybe he is reconnecting. Or we skip to the next speaker and then we can try to.
Okay, apologize for connection problem.
Okay, please continue. This is also happen on online hybrid.
Okay, so how about the presentation? Is this okay?
Eki, boleh ditampilkan data-data dari Walhi?
Okay.
Presentasinya. Because Walhi is a very good experience on climate change, right, Mr. Parit? So
yes.
We have to very many data about how to Walhi climate change. Yes.
So I think if the organizer cannot share the presentation, I will try to share the presentation.
Ya, jadiin co-host aja bapaknya kalau nggak bisa di-share.
Okay. Apologize for technical problem. Okay, I will try. Okay, can you see the presentation?
Yes, very clear.
Okay. So, yeah, as before I said, this is Indonesia map. So, yeah, we consist of more than 16,000 islands. So, Indonesia is a big country and we are the biggest archipelagic state in the world. So, Indonesia has a big challenge with climate crisis and ecological destruction. So every year we experience many disasters like flood or landslide or eruption, volcano eruption, etc. So this is the real situation. And this is the brief profile of Walhi, or Friend of the Earth Indonesia. So we was initiated 41 years ago, so in 1980. So we have office in national in Jakarta, and we have 28 regional board in 28 province, and also we have almost 500 organizational members and 1,000 individual members. So Wali is the biggest and the oldest organization, environmental organization in Indonesia. So we have many members in every place in Indonesia, including in Papua. So this is the brief profile of Walhi, and this is the data of the composition of Indonesia demography. So the biggest composition in Indonesia now is mostly or majority of our demographic composition is Z generation. So the number almost 75 million, and the second one is millennial generation. So this is the map of young generation in Indonesia, and the relation between young issue and ecological issue or climate issue is very close. Is I will explain about the challenges. This is the data produced by World Economic Forum last year. So this is the biggest five of global challenges, and mostly these challenges is related to climate and ecological issues. If we see the first challenge is extreme weather, and the second is climate action failure, and the third is natural disasters, and the fourth biodiversity loss, and the last one is human-made environmental disaster. So the document, yeah, tell us about the big challenges in the world and including in Indonesia. So in this document, World Economic Forum tell us about climate and ecological issue, not economic issue. So since last year and in the future, our biggest problem is very related to climate and environmental challenge. And this is the picture in the ground. Hopefully you can see clearly. So the picture of mosque. This is in South Jakarta. Yeah, Jakarta is sinking. And the picture in the right, we see the young, and the second or the two picture is how climate change affected the fisher folk in Indonesia and the peasant in the ground. So this is the situation in the ground, and this big challenge also happen not only in Indonesia but in many countries, especially in South, yeah, in South countries. I think in South Asia, in Africa, in many countries in the world, and this is ecological destruction. So we see the young generation, the student of elementary school who live in coal in coal mining in Borneo Island, and they experience worse situation because the nature or the environment is destroyed by coal mining. So they don't have a good future. Yeah. And this news inform us about the number of people which is will affected by climate crisis, especially who live in coastal area. So this news told us more than 23 million people who live in the coastal will affected. So many cities in Indonesia will sink. Yeah. And this situation, of course, threat the young generation who live in many places in Indonesia. And what should he do, or what will he experience? Of course, in order to respond this situation. Of course, while he since 41 years ago, we built good understanding on the current crisis, especially climate crisis or ecological destruction. So this is a picture of Greta Thunberg, who called international people to wake up, to panic, and to act. Yeah, she told us about our house is on fire, and also what Greta called, yeah, we was conduct since 41 years ago, understanding about climate crisis, about ecological destruction, especially to young people. And the second, second effort, to respond climate crisis and ecological destruction, while he conducting critical education. Yeah, so we conduct like training or capacity building, etc., to increase the capacity of young people in respond climate crisis and ecological destruction. Why? Because there is no planet B, so we have only planet A, no planet B. So we have to save this planet because this planet is our common house. Yeah. And also in this critical education, we instill awareness about global situation, but we encourage the young people to act in local scale. So how to think globally and to act locally. So this is what while he have been uh, conducting since 41 years ago. And of course, we mobilize young people, to lead environmental movement in Indonesia. Yeah, the young people have to voice their views or their aspiration to the government, and also we uh, encourage the young people to voice their understanding to international leaders. Yeah, because not only in national but also in international level, the international leader, have to consider the young voice, young view, young movement in response climate crisis and also ecological destruction. And also we conducting like litigation way, we against some regulation to our court, in order to save our nature, our ecological situation. So this is what we have done and we doing and will do in the future. And this is the last slide. Thank you for your attention. Hopefully you can we can discuss in order to deepening, to deepen our understanding about climate crisis and ecological destruction. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please giving applause to Mr. Parididwanuddin from Walhi. Yeah, it's very complicated for climate change in Indonesia. So for the last speaker, but not the last for this event, this is Mr. Dr. Haji Sahyan Asmara. I would like to try to read your CV. He is the former Secretary, Ministry Youth and Sport, Republic of Indonesia. Wait. Dr. Haji Sahyan Asmara MSP, dosen luar biasa FISIP USU, Ketua STIK Pembangunan STIKP Medan, Purna Tugas Deputi Menpora dan PLT Sesmenpora RI. So he is also Kepala Biro Humas Provinsi Sumut from 2000, Pak, Pembantu Dekan 3, and then So because of limit time, we would like to invite Mr. Dr. Haji Sahyan Asmara MSP. Time is yours.
Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore, salam sejahtera buat kita sekalian. Saya minta izin berbahasa Indonesia. Ya, mudah-mudahan sebagian bisa memberikan translationnya kepada teman yang ada di sebelahnya. Moderator yang saya hormati Adinda Lala, seorang tokoh pemuda wanita yang sukses ya sejak zaman saya di Kemenpora sampai sekarang, luar biasa. Salut saya dengan adik-adik yang lain juga, Taufik Lubis, kemudian Denny dan Sadam ya, juga ada yang lain-lain sini, Pak Muhammad Arusin, Duta Besar Indonesia untuk Uzbekistan. Ya. Selamat berjumpa Pak dengan saya di sini. Ya, kawan-kawan saya banyak juga yang duta besar dari alumni UGM, adik-adik saya banyak, ya, Bunyan Saptomo apa segala macam. Iya. Adik-adik semua peserta, para pemuda Konferensi Asia Afrika yang saya hormati. Judul saya adalah sesuai dengan sesi ini tentang kepemimpinan, leadership, maka saya membuat judul, lanjut ya kalau bisa, mana Dek apanya? Paparannya bisa ditayangkan di sini Dek. Slide-nya. Ya. Judulnya adalah Jaringan Kepemimpinan Pemuda dan Gerakan Pemuda Asia Afrika. Itu. Tadi sudah ada sama Ruru. Baik, saya lanjutkan ya, nanti bisa di apa. Mengapa wawasan kepemimpinan pemuda ini penting ya untuk seluruhnya? Karena pemuda adalah pemimpin masa kini dan pemimpin masa yang akan datang. Pemuda itu adalah agen perubahan, kekuatan sosial, dan juga pewaris masa depan bangsa. Nah, pemimpin itu adalah penentu arah kebijakan, ya. Dan pemuda bertanggung jawab untuk ikut menentukan arah kebijakan pembangunan bangsanya. Saya selalu mengatakan, hitam kita buat pemuda, maka hitam bangsa ini. Putih kita buat pemuda, maka akan putih bangsa ini. Masa depan bangsa tergantung kepada para pemudanya. Latar belakang dilaksanakannya Konferensi Asia Afrika itu satu poin, adalah untuk meningkatkan solidaritas antar sesama bangsa-bangsa Asia Afrika, sekaligus dalam rangka untuk melepaskan diri dari kolonialisme dan imperialisme, dari penjajahan. Nah, dilaksanakan ya di Bandung ya, di sini di Gedung Merdeka sebelah ya, pada bulan April tahun 1955. Siapa yang menjadi inisiator penyelenggaraan Konferensi Asia Afrika itu? Mungkin sebagiannya para pemudanya itu ada di sini. Inisiatornya sebenarnya adalah selain Indonesia, Burma atau Myanmar sekarang, Ceylon atau Sri Lanka, ya, India dan Pakistan. Itu yang menjadi inisiator penyelenggaraan. Ya Pak Arusin ya. Gitu. Dan Menteri Luar Negeri Indonesia pada waktu itu Pak Sunaryo yang menjadi koordinatornya. Sebenarnya kalau bisa ditayangkan di sini, ya, itu ada negara-negara Asia Afrika, ada 29 negara, 5 diantaranya menjadi inisiator Konferensi Asia Afrika yang dilaksanakan di Bandung. Saudara-saudara sekalian, ini penting tujuannya. Untuk apa dilaksanakan tujuan Konferensi Asia Afrika itu dan untuk apa kita berkumpul di sini? Pertama, mempererat solidaritas tadi seperti yang saya katakan. Kemudian meninjau masalah-masalah sosial ekonomi. Ya, nanti akan saya sampaikan isu-isu penting. Menjalin kerukunan antar umat beragama. Ini masalah kita, ada di beberapa negara telah terjadi miskomunikasi antar umat beragama. Mencanangkan gerakan politik untuk melawan kapitalisme asing dan melawan kolonialisme serta imperialisme. Pada waktu itu Amerika Serikat, Uni Soviet, dan negara-negara imperialis lainnya. Saudara-saudara sekalian, pada saat ketiga dilaksanakan Konferensi Asia Afrika di sini, di Bandung, ada 10 poin ya, yang menjadi keputusan yang disebut dengan Dasasila Bandung. Nah, itu nanti bisa dilihat dan terjemahannya bisa disampaikan oleh panitia. Ada 10 poin tapi tidak saya bacakan satu persatu. Nah, inilah ya yang menjadi isu-isu penting kepemudaan. Pertama, kita harus memasuki era 5.0 dari 4.0. Tetapi ada masalah yang sangat banyak. Pertama masalah krisis kemanusiaan, ini kita di Asia Afrika, masalah pendidikan yang tidak merata, masalah kemiskinan dan kelaparan yang masih merajalela di mana-mana, konflik atau perang masih saja terjadi di beberapa negara, ditambah dengan wabah COVID-19 yang kita hadapi sekarang ini. Itu masalah yang pertama, isu penting. Yang kedua adalah masalah narkotika yang masih belum bisa kita kendalikan hingga saat ini, termasuk di Indonesia yang ada jaringan internasional. Yang ketiga masalah perilaku penyimpangan atau perilaku seksual termasuk LGBT. Akibatnya apa? Angka penderita HIV/AIDS itu makin meningkat, masih tinggi. Ya. Yang keempat adalah krisis komunikasi lintas agama dan lintas etnis, sehingga terjadi konflik-konflik etnis atau konflik agama di beberapa negara Asia Afrika. Ini menjadi tanggung jawab kita bersama. Dan tingkat daya saing pemuda Asia Afrika, kecuali ada beberapa negara di Asia maupun Afrika yang sudah mulai tinggi, tetapi kita masih belum bisa mengimbangi Eropa dan Amerika. Itu kalau kita ambil rata-ratanya. Indeks pembangunan pemuda di Asia Afrika itu masih di bawah Eropa dan Amerika. Dan yang terakhir adalah ini yang paling bahaya. Ya, serangan gadget atau internet yang kita pegang yang mempengaruhi pola hidup kita. Semua informasi lewat itu termasuk informasi-informasi hoax. Ya. Lalu langkah strategis apa yang bisa kita gunakan untuk mengatasi hal-hal itu tadi semua? Yang pertama, seperti yang kita laksanakan sekarang ini, adalah membentuk jaringan kepemimpinan pemuda Asia Afrika. Ini organisasi ini perlu dilestarikan, yaitu Asia Afrika Youth Government ini perlu ditingkatkan dan pemerintah harus mendukung. Ya, pemerintah di semua negara termasuk di Indonesia, dan pemerintah dalam hal ini adalah kementerian yang bertanggung jawab untuk membangun kepemudaan. Kalau di Indonesia namanya Kementerian Pemuda dan Olahraga, kalau di Malaysia namanya Kementerian Belia dan Sukan, di negara-negara lain juga. Itu harus bertanggung jawab dan harus bisa mendorong organisasi ini tumbuh dan berkembang, karena disitulah bisa kita laksanakan jaringan-jaringan kepemimpinan pemuda Asia Afrika. Kemudian yang kedua adalah melakukan gerakan kepemudaan secara terkoordinasi di kalangan pemuda Asia. Muaranya adalah terciptanya perdamaian di antara negara-negara di Asia dan Afrika. Ya, terima kasih nih. Next. Bagaimana itu yang disebut dengan jaringan kepemimpinan pemuda Asia Afrika? Saya nggak banyak-banyak slide, ini tinggal 5 slide lagi selesai. Jaringan kepemimpinan pemuda Asia Afrika itu adalah sebuah sistem operasi para pemuda dan pemimpin pemuda, baik individu maupun kelompok maupun organisasi di kawasan Asia Afrika yang membangun sistem jaringan, ya, dan kerjasama untuk mencapai tujuan yang sama. Apa tujuannya? Ialah bagaimana kita bisa mencapai prinsip-prinsip yang terkandung di dalam Dasasila Bandung. Jadi bagi pemuda Asia Afrika, ya, Dasasila Bandung itu adalah sumber inspirasi perjuangan dan cita-cita yang hendak dicapai. Itu dia Pak Arsin, ya kan? Sumber inspirasi perjuangan dan cita-cita yang hendak kita capai. Ini penting, Dasasila Bandung itu untuk pemuda Asia Afrika. Bagaimana gerakan pemuda Asia Afrika itu? Gerakan pemuda itu adalah suatu pergerakan, ya, atas keinginan untuk melakukan perubahan. Ya, mungkin karena adanya ketidaksesuaian, ada tadi gap, kesenjangan-kesenjangan seperti yang saya kemukakan di atas tadi. Kemudian dia melakukan satu fungsi agregasi, menghimpun dan mengartikulasikan kepentingan masyarakat kepada pemerintah atau kepada siapa saja untuk melakukan perubahan sebesar-besarnya dan secepat-cepatnya. Ini fungsinya, ya, gerakan itu. Jadi gerakan itu ada di mana-mana di sebuah negara dengan muaranya sama. Kalau kita semangat Asia Afrika itu bersumber dari semangat perjuangan dan sumber inspirasi Dasasila Bandung. Bagaimana karakter gerakan pemuda yang perlu kita bangun di Asia Afrika ini? Gerakan ini adalah gerakan moral, ya, untuk menegakkan keadilan dan kebenaran, ya, sebagai tempat curahan perasaan rakyat yang mendambakan perubahan. Jadi ini terjadi, ya, satu fenomena di satu sisi, dan di sisi lain adanya keinginan rakyat untuk keluar dari fenomena yang terjadi tersebut. Misalnya fenomena tentang terjadinya semakin tingginya narkoba, semakin tingginya terjadi konflik-konflik di tengah-tengah masyarakat dan lain sebagainya, ataupun adanya keterbelakangan, kemiskinan dan sebagainya. Kita ingin keluar dari situ, maka karakter itu harus berangkat dari sana. Dan ini harus muncul dari kekuatan kita sendiri, ya, sebagai suatu gerakan moral, ya, yang tampil sebagai alat koreksi dan kontrol sosial terhadap penyelewengan. Dan satu hal, ya, bahwa gerakan pemuda itu harus bersih dari perbuatan tercela. Ini yang paling penting. Dan ini adalah yang terakhir yang perlu saya sampaikan kepada adik-adik sekalian, ya, para pemuda Asia Afrika, yang bagaimana kepemimpinan yang kita harapkan dari para pemuda-pemuda di Asia Afrika ini. Pertama, para pemimpin itu harus memiliki semangat anti kolonialisme dan anti imperialisme. Jangan ada lagi penjajahan di atas dunia, harus dihapuskan karena tidak sesuai dengan peri kemanusiaan dan keadilan. Itu menjadi konsideran dari Undang-Undang Dasar Negara Republik Indonesia di Indonesia. Dan menentang adanya kompetisi adu kekuatan dua negara itu. Tidak boleh ada, nanti kita yang jadi korban. Itu pemimpinnya. Yang kedua, para pemuda, para pemimpin di Asia Afrika ini hendaknya bisa membangun kerjasama ekonomi dan kebudayaan antar negara-negara ini yang sedang kita rancang sekarang ini. Tidak boleh ada monopoli dan tidak boleh ada maju sendiri. Tetapi bagaimana semangat kebersamaan itu bisa kita jalin di antara sesama negara-negara Asia Afrika. Yang ketiga, pemimpin di Asia Afrika ini harus mampu, karena kita dalam beberapa karakteristik mempunyai kesamaan, ya, baik dari aspek kualitas pendidikan, kemudian sebagian negara itu iklim dan suasananya itu mempunyai kemiripan dan lain sebagainya. Maka pemimpin di Asia Afrika itu harus mampu membangun semangat solidaritas bersama antar negara yang kita sebut dengan negara non-blok pada waktu itu, sebagai suatu kekuatan baru untuk ikut, ya, yang tidak ikut kita ke sana kemari, tetapi kita jadikan Asia Afrika ini sebagai suatu kekuatan baru di dunia, ya, itu kita sama-sama. Dan yang terakhir, pemimpin di Asia Afrika ini harus mampu menghormati kedaulatan negara-negara di dunia, kesetaraan, kerjasama internasional, dan mampu hidup berdampingan secara damai di antara sesama negara-negara Asia Afrika. Saya kira itulah dari saya, ya, mudah-mudahan ini bisa menjadi bahan bagi adik-adik sekalian dalam rangka membuat suatu rumusan hasil konferensi pemuda Asia Afrika di Bandung tahun ini. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dr. Sahyan Asmara, as the former Secretary Minister Youth and Sport. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now is 17:28. Okay, I will give two participants for asking question. Oh my goodness, this is a very good. Please give applause for us. I know, because you are the next president, also the next leader for the next. Yes, I know. Yeah, very much. Yes, so many questions. Please giving up. Raise your hand. Oh my God, raise your hand. Everyone ask questions. Okay, from the back side, Miss Hening, right? If I don't mistake. Please, Mr. Fahrul, can you give a mic to Miss Hening? Sorry Pak. Ada? Dicek dulu, cek. Okay. Maybe Miss Hening, please giving your mention your university, also your perspective about the leadership or climate change or problems of youth, and then the last is questions.
Very well, thank you, Ma'am Lala. Okay, good afternoon, sir, ma'am, and all the delegates. My name is Hening. I'm coming from University of Indonesia. Maybe I think I would like to address a few things about climate change, especially in Indonesia. Okay, climate change has always been an interesting topic to discuss about, especially when it is related to us, youths. Now, delegates and also Mr. Farid from Walhi, this question is for you. Not long ago, around September, we actually won the battle for clean air in Jakarta area. I'm sure some of us must have heard about it. So that case is actually a landmark for our pollution case in Indonesia. Now my question is, Mr. Farid, what do you think is the realest and the most efficient way for us youth to be involved in this climate change fights? Is it taking it to the litigation way is the most efficient way? Thank you.
Okay, please give applause to Ms. Hening. Okay, directly to His Excellency, Mr. Farid Ridwanuddin. Please, you can answer question for Ms. Hening. Hello, Mr. Farid. Are you there? Please, the operator asks to unmute Mr. Farid. Still unmute. Bisa di-unmute, kayaknya suaranya yang belum kedengeran. Because we're doing hybrid, so question answer ya. Gimana, Farhan? Bisa terdengar suaranya? Just wait.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, we hear your voice.
Okay.
Okay, finally.
Apologize for technical problem. So, thank you for the question. This is interesting question. Not only, I think, the learning not for us in Indonesia, but in all country, Asia Africa countries. So the problem of pollution air or air pollution, I think we have against in the court, and actually we won in the court in litigation context. So we demand to the governor of Jakarta, to national governor and many parties, to implement the decree of the court to reduce air pollution. But the question is, does litigation is the efficient way? I think the litigation ways not only solution. I think I mean we have to choose many ways in order to respond climate crisis, especially related to us, to young generation. So the other way, we can I think we can take in solve the climate crisis is how the young people engage in many discussion or movement, to voices in into broader society, not only Indonesia but in international context. So now we have many platforms in social media like Facebook, Twitter, yeah, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, and many platforms we can use to blow up our concern uh, about climate crisis. So I think this way is better, yeah, to make many people aware about the situation. And the power of youth, I think they use digital platform or social media platform to influence many people in Indonesia and in the global society. So this is a good way if we uh, if we choose, yeah, uh, as like effort to solve climate crisis. And the other way, I think, beside litigation way, yeah, we in Asia Africa countries can engage in international meeting like COP, yeah, conference of parties, or ministerial conference of WTO, or many international momentum. And we as a young generation who will be affected by climate crisis, yeah, have to give a best response uh, in in order to deliver our message to international leader. So, but in for national context, I think we have to mobilize many groups, yeah, many groups in our campus or in our environment, in our social environment, yeah, to mainstream about climate crisis. And the climate crisis is not something far from us, from our life, but climate crisis is very close with our life, yeah, like the crisis of food, the crisis of water, the air pollution, etc. Many things, yeah, close with us, uh, affected by climate crisis. And we can explain to our neighbor, to our friend, to our colleague about climate crisis, not with something far like in Arctic or Antarctic, but with something close with us. I think this is several way, yeah, we can choose or we can use to solve climate crisis, yeah, based on our capacity as young generation. I think this is the answer. Hopefully,
Okay.
can answer your question. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Please give a applause to Mr. Paridwanuddin. Yeah, because this issue is very important, as we know that the climate change is a very hot issue. So the next questions. Oh my God. Tadi tengah, sekarang laki-laki yang tengah. Okay, you. Yes, yeah. Yes. Thank you guys. Sorry. I give it by blinding. Gak nyala Azhari manja, coba. Azhari will help you. Kalau enggak ini yang satu lagi ada nih.
Cik, okay.
Oh,
This is only for MC.
Thank you, Azhari.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity. First of all, I am thankful to all of the organizers for arranging such a wonderful event and giving us the opportunity to attend the event. My name is Shah Faisal, and I am from Pakistan, doctoral student in clinical sciences. I will not mention the name of the university because I have a question that is maybe have an impact on my university. So I will talk about the youth student politics. As I am from Pakistan, so I know the situation in Pakistan. All the students in the universities, even in the college levels, that are involved in the politics. They have political organizations in the universities, and they raise issues, and the government respect their issues on every forum, and they solve their issues. But if I talk about Indonesia, so when I got admission here, so the first statement they signed from me that I will not participate in any kind of youth politics activities in the campus. So this is, and I'm sure this is with every student in my university. They sign a consent that they will not take part in political activities inside the campus or outside the campus, like representing the university. So this is the first thing. Now, I know how big the youth politics have an impact on their future. Like, for example, I can be a good educationist, academician, maybe a great researcher, but I cannot be a great leader because they did not allow me to do politics in university. I cannot be a politician. So my question is why? Why the Indonesian universities don't allow students to take part in politics, especially in university and colleges level, as per my experiences. Maybe some universities do have and they give the rights to students to take the politics. The second part is this event is Asian African Youth Government. From the poster, I can see like you invite the ambassador of USA, ambassador of Great Britain, and some other names from the Europe mainland. As the name indicates, Asia Africa Youth Government. Then why you try to invite these people? Why? This is the first thing. The second thing, I cannot see, this is a kind of serious issues. Like, in my opinion, maybe for them. And this question is for all. Maybe there are some names, Al-Jihad, Nadia, and some many more, I forgot their names. I did not see any big names from Pakistan, of course, the most influential Muslim country in the world. Yes. All of you know about Pakistan. Maybe Parusi Kin, he has been in Pakistan, so maybe he know well about this thing. I didn't see any big name from India, of course, a big country in the Asia. I also didn't see a name from China, the next superpower maybe. And I also didn't see some big names from Malaysia, and also from Africa. So as the name indicates, Asia, Africa, but you don't have any big names from these countries. So the third thing is about the role of OIC. There are some speakers that talk about OIC, Farid, I think, and also Nadia. She is the organizer of this event. She is also like the president of OIC. Now, what is the role of OIC? Just by name, Organization of Islamic Countries. We have so many problems, like if you look at Iraq, if you look at Libya, Afghanistan, even in Pakistan, we have some issues because of the superpowers. And there are also problems in Yemen. And there's not problems, like there is a serious war, and that have serious humanitarian issues, and they rise to local conflicts, and the people are starving for food. So rather to address who is responsible for this at the grassroots level, from where the terrorism comes to Iraq, and the direct involvement of US in these countries, we can see on every forum, and we all know this. We all know this, right? Yeah, I want to, yeah. You agree, Alia? Yeah. But we...
It's very hot discussions. Thank you, go ahead.
Yeah, but what we do is to just limit it to conferences.
Yes.
Yeah, we just say, we will do this, we will do this, just limit to paper. We have no courage to talk to them. Why you are doing this to us? We are the wealthier countries in the world, Africa and Asia. We have gold, we have chromite, we have minerals, we have oil, We have all kind of resources. We have tourism. And they are trying to steal the tourism from us too. Am I wrong?
Oh, it's giving applause. Nice.
Yeah. So now I am going to, there are, as Pa mentioned, there are 29 countries in the Asian African government, 29 countries and 56 Muslim countries. Are we still sleeping? And OIC, what is the role of OIC here? Like we have 56 Muslim countries, but no one is able to talk to the superpowers. Why you are doing this to us? And if you talk about the United Nations, yeah, they just say we are poor, we are underdeveloped, you are doing this, we are doing this. But like what we get from them? Nothing. Just by name, there is United Nations, there is UNHCR, there is UNICEF. If you take the recent example of Afghanistan, how they are suffering. I feel their pain. I am a Pashtun, and the people of Afghanistan are also Pashtun. So I literally cry when I hear their stories. Yeah. And no one is going to talk to America that you were there for 20 years, and now you are leaving the Afghanistan, what you did, and now what are the consequences. So at that case, I would like to talk to Nadia, OIC member, and also I will talk to Al Jihad. Yeah, as I already discussed it, I have some serious questions about this.
Please, the time was limited.
Yeah, just 1 minute, just 1 minute.
Yeah.
And the next is about the Islamic countries. We are blamed as terrorists. Yeah, we are blamed. They call us terrorists. Why? Because we have issues. We accept this.
Yes.
But this is not related to Islam. Recently, there was a problem in New Zealand, and they did not call him as a terrorist. Mental problem. So mental problem and Islamic terrorism. How they are, what they are doing with us. So these are some serious issues. Now this is a general discussion. So the main questions, the role of OIC, I want to hear from you people, and also the youth, the youth in the universities, and also about what was the next? I even forgot. About the Congress, the invitations. Why there are no invitations from the Asian African countries? Yeah, thank you so much.
Oh, please giving applause to Mr. Sa. Okay, I would like to answer your questions first because I'm also the secretary program who are responsible to this agenda. Firstly, so many questions, but if I've done mistake, I cannot catch some point. If I mistake, sorry. Okay, firstly, what is the relation between OIC Youth Indonesia and Asian Africa? Because firstly, who are founder who making this organization, Asian African Youth Government, on 2015 is OIC Youth Organization, which is the president is Tan Taufik Lubis at that time. So he is initiate. At that time, there's a program, Asian Africa commemoration in 2015. So that's why, that for presidential levels. So we are, as a youth, we are with Kemenpora, Ministry Youth and Sport, we're making a commemoration from the youth. So we make it Asian African Youth Government Organization. That's the first Congress. So the second Congress, it will be held in 2022. But during pandemic, I'm the one who are responsible with this event. I'm trying to email and I'm trying to send letter to all ambassador Asian African countries. Really, I tried to send all email. I tried to say all the hard copy invitations, typing, video, panel, everything. I'm trying to, you know how to organize the event, right? How to, it's difficult. So this hour's event like this. I hope you like it. Please give applause for the for Azhari. Azhari is not sleep for 2 days, you know. And I try to believe, I try to talk to you, believe that we are prepare this event only 1 month. Yes, we tried to invite for 25 participants from the abroad, but the visa was like changed from the 3 days quarantine, 7 days quarantine, and then 10 days quarantine. And for yesterday, they Indonesian government announced about the Omicron virus. See, it's really hard to make or rearrange events offline. Asian Africa, and you know that the issue, we make it Asian African Youth Government, and the government is banned for how many countries? 19 countries from Africa coming to this Indonesia. And then I'm trying to going to immigration, how does they cannot come to Indonesia, try to ask visa, apply visa, they can't give you visa. So Mr. Muhyiddin Mahi was have a visa for Bangladesh, but in Bangladesh is like subdivision in the Indian there is Omicron, and Bangladesh was like banned. And I tried to lobbying and tried to going to immigration, how come become our Secretary General from Bangladesh come to Indonesia, try to fly to Indonesia. I was pay everything for visa or participant, but Indonesians like have a strict regulation for the virus, because we cannot imagine that with this virus, new variant virus, it's a very dangerous. From the Delta virus, we see that my friends also many friends was died because of Delta virus, like RIP, and rest in peace. Every people from this virus are very dangerous. I don't know. This is what kind of virus make it from Indonesia, from the media. We don't know that the virus are very complicated. We are still fight for the COVID-19. That's why I'm trying to initiate to make this theme is Asian African Youth Collaboration against COVID-19 and beyond. Because I try to arrange this event like 3 times. I try. From 2022, April, first commemoration, and then come back to August 2022, and then try to make it in 21 April again, cancel, because we close border, close PPKM, you know PPKM? Pembatasan, and then PPKM again, it is going to Nataru, PPKM again, it will be going to cancel, but giving applause for us, it will be happen, guys, And the 4 questions for the ambassador, Russia, United States, and England. I already, Morocco also we invited, also Azerbaijan, but he is flight to Azerbaijan, cannot giving speech, but they will send us a video for giving congratulations. Japan also giving us video for congratulations, but still waiting, we know they are busy, very busy. So I hope the delegations can understand what the perspective in hybrid sessions. We try our best. We do our best to try to make it happen for our 2nd Congress Asian African Youth Government. So, sorry, no, no questions again, because I would like to give a speech for the Ambassador Arusin for giving the answer.
I think the question mostly not addressed to me, except that maybe I need to inform. I forget to put my assignment. I was also assigned to Afghanistan, so I forgot to to write before. So in Pakistan, I was posted there during 1998 until 2002. So this is during very important event in Pakistan. You know, first I witnessed the coup d'etat by Pervez Musharraf, and then after that there is a bombing campaign by United States to Afghanistan. I was there at the time, and then also before that, Kargil skirmish between India and Pakistan. I see. So I'm many foreign service officer, mostly they are wishing to be posted in, we call downhill posting countries like Washington, London, New York. But myself, my career in foreign ministry was posted in so-called hardship posts. But I enjoy very much. It is very memorable experience when I was posted in Pakistan, and also I was assigned to reactivate my Indonesian embassy in Kabul after 12 years close. So I witnessed very important event in this region. So I think the question to me is how I might maybe add how the importance of youth movement. Also, I mentioned in my presentation that what your question is, you know, youth congress will have after this meeting will have a report. So the report is will be presented to the to the ministry concerned, like Ministry of Youth and Sport, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and others. So this is only advocating from youth organization to the institution relevant to that matters. And this is also, I think, this is also your task as youth in Asia, especially in Pakistan, to to energize your friend, whether they are in Pakistan or also in Afghanistan, to be the next leaders who we hope can solve the problem that not be solved by previous generation. And you know, as you mentioned about Afghanistan, why as OIC members do not care to the problem in many countries, in Muslim countries like in Iraq, Yemen, Libya, Afghanistan. I was in Afghanistan, so I might give your my insightful about Afghanistan. You know, during my assignment there, from January to October 2004, only before many countries already have embassies there, but during Taliban government from 1996 until 2003, only 3 governments have put their embassies in Afghanistan. That is Pakistan, UAE, and Saudi Arabia. During my posting there, I witnessed that so many countries also willing to expect government Islamic countries, including Indonesia, to bridge communication between Taliban and other section, which is supported by Western countries and also United States. When Taliban enter Kabul in 15 August 2021, I think you as Pakistanis already predicted that deal will happen. I was there, that's why I have memory, I have institutional memory that they will happen. But this is very quick that Taliban can conquer Kabul. So I might see that both Pakistan and Indonesia and other Muslim countries need to work together, especially youth people, to together with younger as well as senior generation to solve this problem as you expect. Thank you.
Okay, give a applause. Thank you so much. So thank you. This is 2 questions, but yeah, the answer was very too much speakers. Okay, Mr. Mahi, he is our Secretary General, will answer your questions also. Mr. Mahi, hello. Dek, coba Mahi. Yes, clear.
Thank you very much from Pakistan. It was great questions and concern, and I really appreciate your concern and your questions. I am going to answer you from the last question to the first. Number one, third question was OIC role and the Muslim situation in the regions and the conflicts and what happened in Yemen, Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, and other countries. Okay, let's go back to the age of Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Our Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam led the world with moral values and ethical values first. You know, before the revelation and Nubuwwah, I think there is echo. I don't know why. Sound echo. Can you hear me well? Okay.
Yeah, still
Okay,
clear. Continue.
So before the revelation and revelation and also of the Quran, Wahi, Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was Amin. He was the the most trustworthy person, and he was the honest person, most honest person. Even non-believers believe that. So the basic, our source, our power is moral values and ethical values. And Islam does, give importance to moral values more than other things. And this is Islam, and what Quran says, what prophetic practices we can see and we learn from the prophetic practices, all about moral values, ethical values, and peace, harmony, all this. Okay. Then Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam led the world, and we know the Khilafah al-Arba'a al-Rashida, then Umayyah, Abbasiyah, and then Khilafat Uthmaniyah. All these Khilafat, we Muslim led the world with moral values and in all aspects of the world, economically, socially, culturally, educationally, scientifically. If you look at the scientists, Muslim scientists who contributed to the sciences in mathematics, in medicine, in theology, in Ibn Qayyim al-Jawzi and al-Rushd, and also al-Farabi, and all those philosophers, al-Ghazali, this philosopher Ibn Sina, then all these philosophers and scientists contributed to the world, and we lead the world. So what happened? Fall of Muslim power, Muslim leadership from this global stage due to fall of our moral values, our characters, our ethical values. When we lost our ethics, we lost our morality, we lost our unity, then we fell down. So the whole Muslim world happened like this. And if you see, there is a book written by Abul Hassan Ali Nadawi from India. He was a big Muslim scholar. He wrote the book in Arabic, ماذا خسر العالم بانحطاط المسلمين. What happened to the world due to the fall of Muslim leadership. It's a very good book. You go and read, and all the students, all participants, you can read the book. It has been translated into 40 languages in the world. Okay, then the Muslim countries, when fall down, Ottoman Empire, we lost the power in global leadership. then non-believers and others took the power. What we have been doing since then, we have been doing nothing. The Muslims, are the most laziest, you can say. The scientists, even we don't have the global scientists, we don't have global, international figures in the aspects of sciences and technology. We are busy in making the clothes, and the West are busy in making this, in developing sciences and technology. We are busy in making the chair and exporting the chair, fishes, cows and, the goods and cattle and all this. And the West and non-believers and other people are busy with, developing themselves technologically and scientifically to lead the world. So Muslim countries nowadays, we are very weak. OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation, is just an organization. It doesn't have a military role. It doesn't have a military alliance with the 57 or 56 Muslim countries. And we cannot have it now until we need to be prepared for that. We need to develop educationally, socially, scientifically, economically, technologically. If we develop our countries and Muslim youth, maybe in future we can get back our leadership and we can lead the world again. Till then, we cannot be emotional. We cannot just fight with them with the with the atom bomb. We cannot go for war. So that's why AAYG, Asian African Youth Government, is a platform to produce dynamic leaders, not only Muslim, even non-Muslim leaders, because Islam doesn't only focus in Muslims, in Muslim countries. Islam is a religion for all human beings, for all humankind. Islam focuses on peace, harmony. So this is why AAYG is a platform to produce leaders for the peaceful world, not for the world of contradict, for the world of conflicts, war and extremism and terrorism. So, and another point is, I want to share with you that, this OIC and it can be like, NATO and other allies, global allies, big fishes allies, when we can be developed and we do have dynamic leaders, scientists, and also researchers, big leaders in the technological sectors, and we can be richer. We do have resources, yes, in the Muslim countries, but we cannot properly use them because we are not the world leaders yet. So what we have to do, we have to be prepared. So this platform, AAYG, is a platform to produce future dynamic leaders, to reduce the conflicts, to reduce the hardship, to reduce the sense of war, to reduce the differences, and to believe in love and partnership, and also peace and harmony. Number second is Asian African Youth Government. We invited all the people, all the ambassadors. And why we invited ambassador from Russia, ambassador from US? This is our ideology. This is our ethics. This is what we respect others. We want to show them the beauty of leadership. We want to show others the beauty of Asian African Youth Government policy. And this Asian African Youth Government, though, is only for 27 countries, and this time people are joining from 63 countries, but AAYG is for all the countries in the world. is not only for these specific countries, because the platform for these countries, but other countries can be observers, can be also participants, can contribute to AAYG. This is the last answer to you. And also we do have, strong connection, a strong friendship, with the families of those countries in Western countries and African countries, Asian countries, American countries. So don't forget that the whole world became a small village now. So we need to show them the leadership is not for only a specific region. AAYG is not for the specific region. So this is what I just wanted to share with you. And then lastly, my dear brothers, believe me, phobia to Muslims and Islamic countries and Islam, with the terrorism and tagging with the terrorism, extremism. Even we don't believe to tag this kind of phobia with other religion. Islam doesn't encourage that. Quran doesn't say that. Prophet didn't say that. Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam integrated, people of Jewish, people of Christianity in the same state of Medina. How he established Medina. He had integration. He had integrated the people from other beliefs. This is our strategy. So this phobia, we need to, create awareness. We need to counter attack by writing, by seminar, by, articles, by conducting conferences, by producing dynamic, knowledgeable leaders. That's why this AAYG to reduce phobias from the world, who are creating phobias either against the Islam or other religions. They are not people of peace. They are not people of leadership. They are just destroying the peace in the world. So we don't encourage that, and we do want to also fight with them with the same way. We will fight with them with our own ethics, morality, peaceful methodology, harmonious structure of leadership. So this is what I wanted to share. And thank you so much. I hope you got the answer. Yeah.
Thank you. Please give a applause to our Secretary General from Bangladesh, Mr. Dr. Muhyiddin Mahi. So the last speakers will answer questions, and after this we are going to Maghrib prayer. Mr. Parid Ridwanuddin, you can hear me?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clear.
Okay. So, allow me to respond.
Ada ehonya?
Shah question.
Ada
So,
ehonya?
Shah question. So,
Sebentar. Ehonya diturunin, Mas. Gemak. Suaranya, halo. Okay, please continue.
Okay. The first response from me is about Islamophobia. Yeah, this is a big problem especially for Muslim countries, and for us Muslim people in the world. But I think some of you heard about the latest news comes from United States. The Parliament in United States has legalized about draft of bill on Islamophobia, and Islamophobia is a form of human rights violation. I think this is a good news for us in advocacy and in explaining about Islam, both in with writing book or article or etc., and of course in action. I think and the second response from me is about this is like invitation for us, for people who came from ASEAN and Africa countries. We have to respond about climate issue based on, of course, religious teaching. If we see deeper into the Quran, so we will get many good message about nature and environment. For example, if we read about the number of earth or al-ard in Holy Quran, if we count the word al-ard